Testing, mic check. Cinnamon buns, cinnamon buns, cinnamon buns. Hello, friendos. My name is Nez, and we are once again back at it again for some more Arknights, because today we are finishing off our story reading of Such Is the Joy of Our Reunion. I just woke up an hour ago, and I still need to let the coffee settle in. Hold up. Anyway, just doing a bit of stretching. So much is happening now in Arknights. Now that we're out of rerun season, I thought that we were gonna have time to do a watch-along of Ambient Synesthesia this weekend. No one told me that See You Soon was actually coming right after this event. So now we have yet another event to go through with Entelekia. Great. We have a new sister for Surtur. Am I gonna pull for Entelekia? I have no idea anymore. I have zero clue what she even does. Probably, maybe, I don't know. But anyway, so there might be a change of plans this weekend, depending if See You Soon comes out this week. I'm pretty sure it is. So we might be doing that. Aside from that, I actually watched like Jurassic World Rebirth today. It's come out on digital now. That's such a dumb movie. In terms of writing, it's probably the dumbest movie since the original Jurassic Park. In terms of set pieces though, it's probably the scariest. No, not the scariest. The scariest was Fallen Kingdom. That was actual horror. It probably has the best action set pieces since the original Jurassic Park. There's a lot of sick set pieces in the new Rebirth movie. God damn. Although Scarlett Johansson, as overexposed as she is, she cannot act. Brother, she is there to sell seats, and it's working because Rebirth apparently made more $1 billion overall. So Jurassic World as a franchise is far from dead. It is thriving. She apparently sold seats. Whatever, dog. She can't act for shit and she's way too overexposed. However, Jonathan Bailey, aka Gratia, was basically dragged on an island adventure with her. I couldn't get it out of my head that this is just Gratia running around, avoiding dinosaurs, and also probably injecting and getting their genetic materials. So that was wild. Couldn't get it out of my head. This is a cat boy! Aside from that, I still think it's kind of stupid. Now, this is a common complaint with the new Jurassic World movies. Because they set up the world building like, oh, everyone just sort of stopped caring about dinosaurs. Interest and attention dwindled. What the fuck you mean the public lost interest of dinosaurs? The IRL public hasn't even lost interest on real animals. That shit would still be popping, dog. Oh, speaking of popping, the movie starts out with the most Final Destination ass setup you've ever seen in a Jurassic Park movie. It was like, what am I watching? This is Final Destination. This is Death's Design manipulating the wind and a fucking Snickers bar ad placement to cause the inciting event of the movie. What the fuck is going on? How much did Snickers pay for that? It had to be a Snickers trademark bar. A wrapper that caused everything. Final Destination ass setup at the start of the movie. Anyway. That was the wildest part. The moment they got... It was so funny. Because in the first 15 minutes, there were two in-your-face product placements. One they had to pause for like 30 seconds to make a joke, and it was so awkward. And then the moment they left civilization, the product placement stopped because a fucking course. They're going to a fucking island. There's that. Anyway, Spinosauruses, cool. T-Rexy, the new T-Rex Ember, cool. The D-Rex. I don't know how I feel about the D-Rex. That's a fucking kaiju, dog. That's a kaiju. That's not a mutant T-Rex. That's a fucking kaiju. Anyway. Kind of sad that you don't get to see much of it throughout the movie. It only shows up during the end. It only does show up during the end to munch on, like, maximum 3 people. No, 4 people. It is what it is. We're gonna get another movie. Hopefully it's not as badly written. I was like, bro, why is it script so bad? What? Is it Scarlett Johansson's acting? Maybe, but I was like, this is dumb. This is stupid as hell. And I was like, who's this writer? What did they write before? They've written the original Jurassic Park. And they've written so many blockbusters for Hollywood. And I'm like, oh, so that's your specialty. Clearly not the writing department. That's your specialty. Writing blockbusters. Oh, okay. I was like, is this a movie a victim of the writer's strike and they just pushed forward with scabs? No, this is someone that apparently has held up Hollywood for decades. Definitely not in the writing department though. This is a blockbuster writer. Okay, fine. Maybe ScarJo was the one who emphasized the shittiness of the writing to that extent that I started noticing it. Yeah, we get it, Blaze. Anyway, that's it with my Jurassic World review. Let's finally get into things with such is the joy of our reunion. There's 24 hours left on the event. I have not actually finished up my medals, nor do I care to. Should I actually finish up my medals? I don't know. It'll come back. The rerun will come back, and I'll eventually care, somehow. I lied as easy as I breathe. Should probably wrap these up before we start. God fucking knows I'm gonna forget that these exist and it's gonna go away and take my money with it. Well, my rice. So, a little recap of everything that happened last time. We joined the food competition. You taught Blaze how to cook the birthday noodles. We needed to get through the competition to speak with the head chef, to ask them about the sweet tangerine, and as predictably, it's not a recipe that any competent chef would know. I'm still holding out that it's gonna be a homemade specialty recipe just for Blaze, and then we're gonna get you to recreate it in the end, and we're gonna have it with Blaze, and we're all gonna cry. Also, Blaze sort of had her trail with her dad run cold. She was told, he just died in an accident. That's all it was. There's still the conspiracy of what happened 40 years ago with the Grand Preceptor. The Grand Preceptor who seemingly was framed for the assassination of the True Lung. The Grand Preceptor was also the one that created educational reforms inside Bai Zhao, which allowed Blaze's dad to study in the academy and become an inspector. So there is that, Blaze's dad was getting close. Was getting close to the cold case. We don't know if Mr. Ning, actually, I don't know, made him sleep with the fishes. I'm still suspicious of Mr. Ning, whether he was the one that killed Blaze's dad. And also, still not too entirely sure if Gu Chuan, Blaze's dad, and Xingzhu's dad, who abandoned her at Mr. Ning's doorsteps, are the same person. So far, haven't seen any solid confirmation yet of that, because that would make Blaze and Xingju sisters. But we only saw one baby at the start of this event. Still though, I'm pretty sure Food Critic and her dad are pretty much related. They have the same color hair. Blaze though, they were like, Blaze, yeah, she was born in Victoria. No, big reveal, she was born in Baijiao. Blaze's dad already had a family back in Baijiao before they moved to Victoria. So things are unraveling, and we'll see where it'll pan out. OR-6. Raise wax gourd cube. Sculpt a winter gourd into the shape of meat, fill it with vegetarian ham, and cover the velveting sauce. The result looks identical to braised pork, but it cannot fool the palate. Oh yeah, head chef was like, you was the one who saved me. Well, he didn't know specifically it was you. There was someone who saved me with breakfast noodles decades ago when I was struggling in the wastes of winter. I remember those noodles. He had a Ratatouille flashback the moment he tasted the noodles from Blaze's cooking. Blaze also apparently won the competition and passed, so at the end of all this, she's getting a job? Sure, I guess. No longer unemployed. What happened to Rhodes Island? We didn't stop employing her, I think. You came. Oh yeah, Blaze got invited over for, I don't know, dinner? A get-together? Oh yeah, Mr. Ning is having a big get-together, so Blaze got invited by Xingju. Of course I did. That's what you do when the Nings invite you. I'm sorry I didn't mean to hide anything from you. I just don't really think it's something I should bring up for no reason. Nothing to apologize for. You've got your troubles. I'm not the kind to give you the stink eye just for being blue-blooded. So, what do I call you, Lady of House Ning? My name is Ning Yin. I'm not actually part of House Ning. I was adopted by grandfather as a child. We know. He always introduced me as a distant relative of the Nings, but I've never met any relative who actually shares blood with me. Uh-huh. Maybe she's right in front of you right now. Do you remember what I told you before? Look, I'm pretty bad at comforting people. No, it's okay. Grandfather's very nice to me, and my background has never caused me any trouble at all. Everyone treats me very well. Your grandpa would be Ning Shu, ex-Minister of Rights. What if we meet Ning Shu and he just blurts out that he killed Blaze's dad? That would also mean it would have also been Xingju's dead. No, we're getting too ahead of ourselves. Yes. Perfect, I know. Ning Shu is related to your dad, Blaze. She already knows, so she might ask him some questions. It's getting chilly. Don't stand out there. Let's go inside and talk, okay? Sure, I guess. Ooh, koi pond. The corridor meanders on through a rock garden and bamboo thicket, then between two halves of a lotus pond. Oh, let's raise the volume a bit. A cool breeze brushes through. The autumn waters softly ripple, and in them, Blaze's reflection follows behind Ning Yin as they pass across the bridge. The two pass through a deserted room, packed up belongings and dead leaves strewn everywhere. The courtyard is messy. I know, not presentable to guests. At the very least, I apologize. Also, that reminds me, there's a secret organization out there in Baijiao setting fire to places. Places involved in the case of the dead True Lung from 40 years ago, apparently. The Scrolleries, I don't know why they also set fire to the restaurant, but sure. There's that. So there was a little birdie setting fire to places that wasn't just Leiji's master. Gotta assume that it's involved with Wang. Yep, probably Wang. And also the other younger brother. The whole family is moving out of here soon. Grandfather can't take Baijiao's dry climate in his old age. We're planning to move back to the old place in Jiangnan. Though Ningyan's pace is glacial, she can only hurry up once she notices her friend in no mood to appreciate the scenery.
Up ahead, we're almost there.
There are tangerines in this courtyard. Hold up, I just noticed that. One of the sweet tangerine cakes was a Ning family recipe.
Take a seat. I'll fetch some tea and refreshments from the kitchen. Our house cooks are all on leave, so I can't serve you much more than cold sides. No need to bother. I can't stick around long. Are things that urgent? Well, alright.
Ning softly closes the door, the chirps of fowl outside fade. The room grows heavier with silence. Alright. Tell me why you invited me here.
I'm sorry, I was going to look for you yesterday after the fire at Dingfenglu. But I overheard your conversation with the Deputy Minister of Judicial Review Office and Chef Mo.
And?
Blaze, I might have met your father before.
Okay. 2 different people. Got it. Because she was a calligraphy student of Blaze's dad before. So 2 different people. Blaze's dad and Ningyan's dad. For now. Got it. Calligraphy, she recognized the stationery that Blaze showed her.
When I was 15 years old, I remember we had a visitor. Grandfather was always busy with work. His apprentices and co-workers were coming and going in the estate. None of my business, by and large. But slowly I realized an extra person has moved in, wearing blue, low-ranking Mandarin's...
Words are hard.
Mandarin's robes. Every time I saw him, he was alone, as if other people just weren't his concern. At first, I didn't really pay attention. It was later that year on my birthday when... Like every other year, Grandfather would hold this great big birthday dinner for me. With lights and banners strung up everywhere, friends and family all around. Not that I knew more than a handful of them. They were chatting the day away, and about what, I had no clue. So eventually I sneaked out of the dinner and nobody noticed when I did. I wandered around the courtyard for ages, bored out of my mind, then scampered into Grandfather's study on a whim. It was in there when I saw the man again. I remember I saw him stuffing his pockets with letter papers and brushes. When he noticed me, his face was stretched with nervousness, and he pulled that brush and paper back out, again in a rush.
What was he stealing? What documents were you stealing, Blaze's dad?
Are you...
No way. Okay! She never did meet her own father, so she wouldn't know what he looks like. But this is the same man's from the start of the event. If we're implying this man is Blaze's dad, that would mean Blaze is his daughter. But who was the one that gave up Ning Yu to Mr. Ning? Same guy? Different guy? We're only working with one man's here in this event, so I'm just gonna assume, yes, probably sisters. And, Blaze? I don't know. Ning Yu might be the older sister if she was born first in Baijiao. Maybe they mixed up that there were two babies, and Blaze was actually born in Victoria. It's not what it looks like. I needed to finish copying some letters, so I was going to take them home. The High Minister is sending these to very important mandarins, so I was just worried if the paper wasn't good enough.
It's okay, it's just brushes and paper. You're welcome to make use of it, sir.
Thank you, little lady.
What's your name?
My name is Wuchuan. I'm a transcriber for your estate. I copy and file the estate correspondence. Why do I feel like we're gonna end off with I don't know. It's still on the back of my mind. Who left her on Mr. Ning's doorstep? I feel like this man should have been more familiar with his own daughter if he was like actually her father. But in his stay here, he didn't seem to. They said he didn't seem to, I don't know, care about her. I'm Ning Yin. Okay, fine. Ning Yin, not Ning Yu. Miss Ning. Of course I know you.
Then now we know each other. Sir, I want to read in here for a bit. I won't interrupt you while you work. Is that okay?
Of course. Feel free, Miss Ning. Miss Ning, are you into these history books? Are you gonna tell her the history about the Grand Preceptor?
Grandfather always says one should view history as a mirror. We must use it to study our ancestors' wisdom and character and learn from their teachings. But I think reading's just fun. It's like all these amazing people recorded in the text are coming to life before me, and they're all my friends. I think someday it might be nice to join the Imperial Historical Cabinet as a historian myself.
Sometimes being a historian means they cut off your tongue to make sure you don't speak slander towards the king. Oops, different event. We're in Yan, not Sargon. You've got quite a unique outlook, Miss Ning. If you're interested in following in the High Minister's family's footsteps, I'm sure you'd do well.
You think Grandfather's really cool too then?
Of course. Mr. Ning's been helming the Ministry of Rights for decades. He has plenty of deeds to his name. He's the Mandarin everyone loves. What if Mr. Ning was behind it all? Behind the assassination of the True Lung. Why? I got no clue. But what if?
Everyone in this family is so cool. My uncle and aunt are always away from Baijiao, traveling all over the country. I hear Yan couldn't have set up the meteorological and earthquake systems it has today without them. And Kichu, my little sister, she's even cooler.
You have a little sister?
She's 2 years younger than me, but at the last Baijiao Academy study camp, all the professors from the College of Foreign Affairs were praising her. Everyone was teasing her by calling her a little Miss Minister. All the people in my family are going to leave their names in the history books. I love them and respect them a lot. I want to record who they are and everything they do. I could never become like them. Compared to them, I'm just normal.
You know, that reminds me of something my master once said to me. As history has ebbed and flowed, the floods and tides are recorded. Yet most streams that simply trickle on by. But without the babbling brook, how would the waves arrive? The waves and brooks don't care about who's greater and who's plainer. Indeed, the vast majority will never get to leave their names in the history's annals, but they're not the empty space between the lines. They're the pages themselves.
Oh.
Sorry, I talked your ear off there.
Sir, your handwriting is very beautiful.
Oh, well, it's my only skill, really. I can still remember when the High Minister gave me this transcriber job.
I can never write my name properly. Grandfather's gotten on my case about it more times than I can remember.
And writing is a long road. Just keep at it and you'll see change eventually.
Maybe you could be my calligraphy teacher then.
Oh, I would never pose as your teacher with my modest brushwork, miss, but... Right. I have 2 copybooks here. I copy from them all the time myself. The forms are very regular. It's perfect for beginners. If you don't mind, Miss Ning, you can have these as your birthday present.
How did you know my birthday's today?
Well, they decorate the estate so brightly this time every year, you see. I've spent long enough time here that I've heard. How would you know her birthday from heart, my guy? You're her father. Miss Ning, happy birthday.
Thank you. Conversation that always stayed with me. I liked how he talked, and how he always saw things. And I don't know why, I can't really say, but he felt so close to me in a way.
Okay, got it. He's your father. Also, which probably makes you and Blaze sisters.
But after that, I saw him much less around the estate. The next time I got to talk to him, it was years and years later.
But, there's still the issue with this man's and his wife are wanted criminals by the state for presumably killing the True Lung. How did he get back into the How did he get back to study into the academy under an alias and never get exposed? And he was on the cold trail of the cold case of the True Lung. Maybe he did get exposed, and that's why he had to get an accident. But seriously though, it's like, you mean to tell me that the state wouldn't recognize a wanted criminal, and this man's could climb the social ladder back up a government institution to become an investigator? He was investigating things, so technically correct. He was a minister. He was a mandarin. I don't know. Something isn't making sense here.
Grandfather's cold has lasted for a month by now and is still not getting any better. Now it's almost winter, it might only get worse at this rate. We'll be counting on you for the next while, Doctor.
The High Minister's malady is mostly from overwork. You could remind him to rest more often, my lady.
I will.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize for running into you, miss. I'm very, very sorry.
It's alright, sir. Are you okay? Why don't you sit down and rest for a while? You really look quite ill.
I'm fine.
Sir, you dropped your... Sir?
What did he drop? Stationery?
Are these painkillers?
Is he infected?
Strong painkillers at that. Oh, whoever that was, he must be quite badly ill. Doctor, if you're free, could I ask you to attend to that man too? You can bill his medical expenses to me.
What a kind girl. I was worried about grandfather's condition at that time,
and didn't pay that encounter much mind. I was just planning to pay him a visit later at some point when I had the time. But after that winter, I never saw him again.
That was the winter that he died.
Doctor, thank you so much for all your work. Grandfather is back in perfect health now. Right, and about the man I asked you to attend to?
Oh, you mean that Guchuan man?
He died.
Shock.
Was it his illness?
No, I hear some kind of accident took him while he was on his way to Victoria. But given his health, I can't imagine he'd have lived much longer even then. Oh, truth is, last I met him, his malady had taken root in his vitals. I could hear it in his breathing. I can't imagine how much he was suffering in life. It's a mystery to me why he decided to travel so far while that sick. He wanted to see Blaze one last time! To give her some tangerine cakes.
This very room. It was the study Sir Guchuan was using. It's been 10 years since he passed away. The place has gone through some changes in that time. But... this... I couldn't tell you why, but I kept hold of the medicine bottle ever since. Blaze, I really am so sorry.
No.
My dad was nothing like that. I don't think he was ever that fighting fit, but he was never weak. Whenever I was with him, he always had this light in his eyes. How good. Even now, I'm not sure I understand Sir Guchuan, but I know he was a warm and gentle person. I could tell. I blamed myself over and over for not being able to do anything more for him. Why are you bothering to tell me all of this? I know you suspect that my grandfather was somehow behind your father's passing. At the point, I can only tell you what I know, but you told me all this just to try and convince me Ning Shu is innocent. No. I just wanted to implore you, please find out the truth. Whether for Sir Guchuan's sake or for the sake of the truth,
Words are hard.
truth itself. Whatever that truth even is. Are you? You don't have to tell me twice. I am gonna get to the bottom of this.
Back at the Ministry of Judicial doings and shenanigans. Lin? What first struck Lin Chengyan about the Judicial Review Office was a solemn hush. The first time she ever set foot through the courtroom's door, all noise promptly vanished behind her. She remembers Yu Cheng telling her why it was designed so. Okay, Yu Cheng is different from Ryu. Silence begets peace. Peace begets thought. Thought begets results.
Shouldn't the Judicial Review Office be drowning in work top to bottom? And yet you've got the office to yourself, Deputy Minister Lin. Jen. What are you doing? What are you here for? Censored routine investigation. There's some issues we'd like to consult you on regarding the Yu Cheng case. Consultation or investigation? Which is it? Deputy Minister Lin, after working together for years, I implicitly trust you on a personal level. But the Department of Discipline and Supervision has a lot riding on this case. We have to go through the motions, Lin, if you'll pardon me. Just ask what you need to. Name: Lin Xingyan. Gender: female. And let's skip the basic info for now. For the next few questions, you don't need to elaborate on your answers, just respond to a yes or no. You grilling me? Everything you say from here on will be recorded. I'm worried what you could say could fly against you. If you have no further questions, let's begin. Deputy Minister Lin, you passed Tianqi Bureau assessments in childhood and were exceptionally admitted per your outstanding grades, and followed the esteemed Science Storm Count in learning your Lei Fa. After graduating from the Tianqi bureaus, you chose to join the Judicial Review Office, and soon accompanied then Deputy Minister Yu Cheng in investigations all across the realm.
Okay, so Yu Cheng was the name of her master. There are two Yus in this event. And then Yu Cheng was the one that also met Gu Chuan back at the academy.
In just a year from registrar, you rose several ranks to become the youngest deputy minister in the history of Yan. Is this background as stated true? Yes. In your third month with the Judicial Review Office as registrar, you handed in a whistleblower report to Discipline and Supervision. It accused the Right Assistant Revenue Minister of embezzlement and extortion, and you recovered 10 million in stolen assets. In your fifth month, in Changji, you essentially single-handedly shone light on the local academy's examination fraud. Over 100 mandarins were implicated in this, the highest of which was second rank. All were eventually rounded up. Upon becoming Deputy Minister, you handled the case of former Judicial Review Office Deputy Minister Yu Cheng, forging evidence, causing him to be expelled from the office's Hauran Pavilion, with all status stripped from him thereafter. Are these case histories, as stated, true? Yes. With an academic background like this, surely everyone lauds you as a young up-and-comer, blessed to the gills with talent. And yet people can't help but wonder, what gives such a green-hand Mandarin the courage, the capacity to handle these cases? When you get to the point. If I'm remembering right, your good mother and father were Tianqis at the Chamber of Heaven's Designs, spending years building much in the north, even being vested personally by the True Lung.
Huh. I was thinking to that throwaway line that Ning said about her uncle and aunt both being architects? Question mark? I forgot. Are they related?
Lin family is a well-bred one. Many Tianqi giants in its line, and on top of that, rumor has it, they're quite closely knit with the Lord Exorcist's household.
Lord Exorcist?
As for the Science Storm count, I think even the rank fails to sufficiently capture your Shifu's importance to Great Yan. Are these relationships, as stated, true? Jizhen, what are you doing?
Are you implying that she's a Nepo baby? I mean, technically she is, but...
You need only answer yes or no, Deputy Minister Lin. Don't think I'm deaf to your connotations. You're trying to say it was only by leaning on my background that I could take on judicial cases all these years? I certainly didn't say that at any point. Having known each other for years, I would never even doubt your integrity. The Lin Qingyan in my mind's eye has always been a pursuer of justice. But why, Lin, do you not pursue now? Jizhen, just why did you come here to see me today? How much do you really know about the Yu Cheng affair? As I just said, I'm here to see you today on routine business. As for the Yu Cheng case, what I heard in the courtroom that day is all I know. What makes you so dead set on the case, Sensor Jizhen?
Is she gonna be an important character? Is she gonna take off the mask and be like, oh, I have a face now. I have become important. You still have the same ass, I don't know, sprite that everyone else has.
Before you decide you'd investigate it, I remember we actually had an argument. I'm going to speak out of line here. The whole stripping of his rank aside, I really do respect people like Yu Cheng. Now all of times, you're going to defend him again. If a law enforcer does not themselves abide by the law, that's abuse of power. That goes for every last member of the three organs of justice. What kind of double standard could you possibly be applying here? No. The judicial officer's verdict is settled on Yu Cheng's mistake. I've little more to say here. I'm just very curious. What kind of truth could have pushed him to such means to find me?
Even she's curious. Just like what Yu Cheng said to Leiji. Can she handle the truth? And she's been searching for the truth this entire time. Why the scrolleries were set on fire? Why Ding Feng Lu was set on fire? There was something else. Something a secret organization is trying to cover up. What if she's part of the secret organization? What if she's the mastermind behind all of it? I don't know. What do you have to say for yourself, Jia Zhen?
You must be more familiar with Yu Cheng than me. In your opinion, was he a smart man? Naturally, when it comes to sniffing out lies or chasing down leads, I'm no match for him. Then did you ever wonder if, supposing Yu Cheng truly intended to cover up his own forgery, you should have been able to make such short work of this case? You're telling me he let me find him out on purpose? What for?
To lead you onto the trail, Leiji.
That I don't know. But he put you in charge of the scrolly...
Words are hard. Coffee time!
but he put you in charge of the scrollery fire case. To an outsider, I don't think I can say that Yu Cheng had no faith in you. You've been all over Bai Zhao the past few days investigating that case. I know that. I've heard as much. And yet since yesterday, you've been loitering in the Judicial Review office acting like you've been grounded. I can't help being curious. What made you go and give up on pursuing the case? Are you afraid of offending the high and mighty? No, that's not like the Yin Qing Yan I know. Did someone lofty crack down on you? Can't be, I think. You're sitting here in the office after all, not in the judicial prison cell.
Well, there was the Imperial Guard. There was the bad bitch Imperial Guard that came threatening her with a good time.
If not that, then all my pondering can only produce one answer. You're scared that if you continue, you'll implicate someone you know.
Is it you?
Seems I guess right. In the thick of things, your concern clouds your judgment. It's like you've forgotten the simplest of truths. Don't miss the forest for the trees. If you can't hide it, you may as well tip it out. Show it some sunlight. Mr. Censor, you've really served up a lesson for me today.
Mister! All this time, I thought you were a woman's?
Not at all. I think the hush of the office must have helped you figure out plenty by yourself. I know what I must do.
Madame, I went to ask Deputy Minister Lin if she wanted anything to eat, since I saw she hadn't left the office all day, but she... Oh, it's Chen.
Okay, when did she go missing?
I don't know. Nobody's seen her at all. Oh? Jie, set her free? That's a good friend. A biting chill gusts through, the stiff breeze curling papers and sending them dancing madly through the air. A wide-open window clatters against the wall. On the table beneath it, a ceremonial gown lies neatly folded, topped with a document, pressed down in place by inkstone. She went out there naked! Now she has clothes underneath the cloak, but she's no longer wearing the gown? Leiji altar, 6 months from now. It is Lin Qingyan's written letter of resignation. I resign. This system is too corrupt. It's stopping me from doing my job, which is finding the truth. Watching as Blaze vanishes far into the distance, Ningshu clutches the door knocker. The vague dark point vanishes over the crest of the path, but her stare remains fixed there, lingering for the longest time. Also, tangerines! Mr. Ning.
What are you spacing? Hold up. What are you spacing out at the door for?
Grandfather.
Speak of the devil. Was it you, old man? Was it you who offed Guchuan for getting too close? Are you behind all of this? How are you interconnected to the case from 40 years ago, aside from that time when Ningshu Ning, what's her name again? Ning Ying? Was left on your doorstep.
Your friend left so soon. She won't even stay for dinner?
She had urgent business. She couldn't stay.
Even as a child, you never brought friends over. Here I thought I could drop in to see what she's like.
I don't know if we even count as friends, really.
Seeing the dejected Ning Yin, the old man tries to think of something to say, but he can't. He simply reaches over and brushes a leaf off her shoulder.
Almost time to move. Plenty of things still on your playdate.
What about you, grandfather?
For days I was all raring to go home. Now that we're about to, I look around at our little garden and I think, oh, if only I could stay. Do you remember? It was here in this pavilion we laid out some sand and grabbed a stick, and I taught you how to write one stroke at a time. You said by next year you'd be writing all the estate couplets for us. Then you spent 2 months with me learning, and after that you had to give up. But by next year, you really did write me a couplet. Bountiful blooms in a full moon. May joy last forever.
I'm surprised you still remember, Grandfather.
How could I forget? Another year, another mid-autumn. How quickly the days pass. The two of us haven't chewed the fat like this in the longest, have we? Grandfather to granddaughter.
I've been out constantly and you've always been occupied with guests. We hardly have the chance to meet.
The whole family's leaving the capital after all. Quite the headache. But things will settle down once we're back in Langyi, and we'll have plenty of time to chat along the way. Are you almost done writing that book of yours?
Grandfather, I don't think I can go back to Langyi with you.
When did you make up your mind?
Ningyin shakes her head softly. She falls a few steps back.
You're returning home, Grandfather. Like a leaf returns to its root. It's human nature. The whole family sympathizes, but the journey is meandering enough to make us worried. The Nings are bursting with talent. Everyone's work forms the cornerstone of Yan. Compared to them, I really am the lone choice to accompany you back. But frankly, I was always a distant orphan from Langyi anyway. It was because you took so much pity on me that I could spend these decades at Ning Manor. If I go now to Langyi, I go back to where my long-gone parents once lived.
That was your thinking? When you asked to accompany me home?
Grandfather, that was my thinking. It all seemed to fall into place. I almost managed to convince myself. But I've spent the last few days on a farewell tour of sorts around Baijiao streets, so I can finish up the Baijiao cuisine and food culture somehow. And I realized all my memories are of this city. I can clearly recall what year we planted the persimmon tree in the court,
Not tangerines.
and when its fruits make for the best wine. And every restaurant on every road of an alley, and what their chefs are like, and how many different ways you can cook each dish. All of a sudden it hit me that this very city, more so than the Ning Manor, feels like my home.
That's on me. That's on me for not asking you how you feel. I've been nothing but me this whole time.
Grandfather, you're my one and only family. You've always been since I was little. I really did want to go back home with you at first, but the reason I'm set on staying in Baijiao now is you as well, Grandfather.
Is it?
When I first joined the Imperial Historical Cabinet to compile annals, there was one thing I could never puzzle out. At some specific point in Yan's millennia of history, out of nowhere, the written word proliferated and education became for all. Even the earliest of tablets we were studying only went back to that period. So I thought in that period someone must have pushed for those changes, but I flipped through practically all the material we had and I couldn't find a single clue.
The Grand Preceptor. Presumably, your mother, Blaze's mother.
I had this strange feeling that, there in Yan's history, one person seemed to be missing.
Hold up, wait a minute. Missing. History. Forgotten. Oh, what? I was gonna say something about Grand Preceptor, aka both Ningyin and Blaze's mother, possibly being the missing Sui. But that's such a stretch. I'm like, wait a minute. Wasn't the one dead Sui a writer? It can't be. Surely, right? Hold up. Nah, it can't be. That's a stretch even for me. Can Sui even have children? I don't think they can pass on their Faramid genes, but... might be a stretch. Might be the stretchiest stretch I've made so far. It's a bit of a stretch, I know, Hermit. I'm like,
Then one day I met someone strange at a Go Club who told me the story of that person.
If they still remember the Grand Preceptor's name, then they can't be Sui. Because once a Sui fragment dies, we've seen what happens, like with Shu. Their perception is erased among mortal kind, and the only thing left of them are their works, are their physical works, and whatever was written about them. But I think even their names get erased from history papers. I don't know, Fahrenheit magic, some shit.
I thought he was just a yarn-spinning storyteller at first, but as I further researched, I gradually found all his stories to be corroborated. According to him, she was a gentle person who gave her heart and soul, her blood and sweat to the well-being of the people, and she gave too much. But how could someone as good as her fail to leave her name in our annals?
Because she was framed as the murderer of the True Lung, possibly by the younger brother who wanted to get into power. The younger brother of Guchuan, I think, or the younger brother of the Grand Preceptor. Still, we haven't fully confirmed who they were related to. Whether it was Guchuan or the Grand Preceptor, probably the Grand Preceptor. Because the True Lungs are True Lungs, and we know Daddy-O is a cat.
That was when I realized that a history book isn't a container, but a sieve. The stories that stay behind are few and far between. Grandfather, I want to record your story, but then I look back and it dawns on me that for all the years I've spent with you, I can't even write with clarity, any clarity about what kind of person you are.
Ming Yin finally lifts her head and meets the old man's eyes. She waits for his reply, his answer to her unspoken question. She's waited for so long.
Who goes there?
Who goes where?
Thought I heard something. It's all the bizarre cases these days. Makes me feel like someone's gonna barge in any moment and wreak havoc.
This is the Judicial Review Office. What kind of miscreant would break in here? Quit jumping at ghosts. Guard's duty's almost over. Then we can clock out and head home.
Blaze? Okay.
Just wait a second, then enter through the front. Say you're here to report a case, then find the floor map on the way to the waiting room. The window in the waiting room yesterday faces north, the judicial entrance faces south, behind is a perimeter wall. Lin Xingyan's office is third floor. Get out the window, climb up the sprinkler pipes, and no one should notice me. Tamade. Once I find her, I'm gonna sock her in the...
Oh.
Who's there?
Bonk?
Lin? Blaze? What are you doing here for?
Came here looking for you. Probably to investigate together. Also, finally out of that outfit. Well, I see the armpit window. Hypergriff, you know what I like. Freudian slip? When are we getting your altar? Next Sui event? If I'm not mistaken? What am I here for? I'm here to get you back. Where'd your old court uniform go?
I resigned. Then went back to the restaurant, couldn't find you, and worried you might be up to something stupid. So thank you for confirming that fear. Now let's find somewhere else to talk.
Back at the hotel room.
You're telling me that all those years Guchuan was staying at Ning Manor? But how did you find out? Never you mind that, now you can tell me exactly what that means. Mr. Ning's involvement in the Guchuan case runs deeper than I ever thought. He was clearly hiding something in his previous testimony. I did suspect he was the perpetrator, but going by Mobufu's testimony, when Guchuan was sent to death row in the fallout of the old case, Ning Shu was the one who got him out, knowing that.
Yeah, why would he get him out of death row if the plan all along was to make him have an accident on the way to Victoria?
He wouldn't have any motive to try and get him killed again. The most key thing is, I had no idea before that Yu Cheng had contact with Gu Chuan so early on.
They did, at the academy.
Whenever's connecting this string of events, it's likely more complicated than anything I've imagined. See, I'm still curious. All those years ago, my dad came to Baijiao on his own, and what the hell for? Yeah, that's the key question. Blaze has no clue about the two lives Guchuan lived. If he was a fall guy in that incident, then why would he return to Baijiao a dozen years after the fact and plant himself in the middle of the maelstrom?
Oh! Okay, we're finally getting back to the conspiracy. If he was the fall guy, they are talking about the true lung, right? That's the only thing they could have been talking about. This is the same question I've been asking this entire time. The government should know that he's like wanted or some shit, and yet he was able to reintegrate back into Baijiao society through a government position, no less, and no one found him out. Unless a couple strings were pulled. Those strings were pulled by Mr. Ning. Dun dun dun. Probably. That's the only explanation. He had an insider that helped him fly under the cover for so many years to get back into Baijiao and keep investigating the case.
Ning Shu's possession, Yu Cheng's scheme, we still can't draw an outline around any of these questions. How should I let Blaze know?
Hey, you know I can tell that look on your face.
Come on, what's our next move exactly? Blaze, about yesterday.
Forget about it. I know you. It's my Judy types get the urge to do a little weird stuff now and then. Not my circus, I'm not arguing. Just don't ever tell me any stupid crap like I'm sending you back for your safety again because you're still trying to ditch me.
Blaze, trust me, I will see this case through the end, but you can't stick around in Baijiao any longer than this. Do as I said, leave within 2 days, head to the Lungmen office first. But you can't stay there for too long either, so once you're reorganized, get back on the road straight away, and leave Yan as soon as...
over my dead body.
You don't trust me to keep investigating?
I mean, I do, but you're out of a rank. You're out of a job. How are you gonna investigate? You're unemployed.
I'll think of something. If Yu Cheng can resign and investigate in secret, then so can...
I have an idea. Let's do this thing a little more thoroughly.
What's your plan?
Blaze pulls a letter from her pocket. It's the chance Mobufu gave her, and now it's both of their chances. Not like we're gonna get anywhere just running around town. We'll head to the Feast of 100 Delicacies, go straight to the True Lung, and ask him to explain all this. What? Well, that's direct. That's very direct. Potentially ask the puppeteer of all of this straight to their face. Hey, what happened to Gu Chuan and Yu Cheng? What's happening around Baijiao? Great, we're back with Grand Shooter. Coffee time.
Your Imperial Majesty. The Ministry of Rites has drafted the official list of attendees for the Feast of 100 Delicacies. To mark the occasion, Victoria, Lithanian, Laterano, and other such nations have sent us their envoys with letters of celebration.
What? What? No. Ager? They're not invited? This should take... Yeah, the Sui event should take place after the Aegirian reveal. I don't know, man. Maybe they do not concern themselves with... Maybe they're still in the we don't concern ourselves with the lives of Terran life forms. We care about the sea and nothing else.
For your Imperial Majesty's perusal.
Cuff cuff. Hack hack cuff cuff.
Your Imperial Majesty, the Ministry of War and Sui Regulator have finished drawing up joint battle plans. Also for your Imperial Majesty's perusal. The Ministry of Revenue has not consulted on this battle's drain on labor and fiscal resources, nor on the post-war reparations. How are these battle plans drafted? I know you and the Ministry of Revenue are both busy. The Ministry of War simply went to some small pains working out the manpower, the funding, the ration, and even the Ministry of Engineering's post-war repair expenses. And now you could read together with His Majesty since we're having an audience and all. Logistics are calculable, and how many of Yan's people will bleed in this war? Is that a bill that you could work out so easily? So the Grand Shooter means to say, if you can't work it out, then no need to try.
Someone got out of their chair. Throwing.
It's autumn. How are the harvests in the month? The Huang has resumed production ASAP following the disaster. Our harvest this year is more or less on par with previous years. In that case, what about next year? Your Imperial Majesty. A life measured in years, yet the stress feels ancient. We're running out of time. This involves the livelihood of all Yan's people. I ask that your Majesty reconsider. Grand Shooter, the ministries have long discussed everything worth discussing. It's about time we made up our minds. His Majesty's decree is made. We simply await his proclamation at the Feast of 100 Delicacies.
What, we're going to war?
It's growing late. It looks to rain. The two of you can leave. May we be excused.
Lightning. Thunder. The man behind the curtains lifts his gaze. In this desolate palace, 3 banquet seats lay set out in a row to his side, and one of them is truly showing its age. Faintly a sigh. No reveal. No his Majesty reveal. Okay, game. We're saving that for the finale of the Sui saga.
Ayo. Trust this rain to come out of nowhere. I'm soaked. Autumn drizzles and cold snaps. We'll be out of fresh vegetables in a few days at this rate. I didn't even get to rustle up this year's winter clothes. Chef, I think we're forced to start our winter pickles now. Get your mess of stuff out of the storehouse as soon as... Chef? Place? Qingju? Where'd everybody go?
Where did everybody go? Wait, we're bringing you? The ever-lively kitchen is presently deserted. All the cookware tidied away. The cramped space seems a good bit wider like this. Yo, hiccups. The only presence is a pot of soup boiling on the stove. He left in the middle of what he was doing. What was so urgent that you had to leave his own cooking? Meaty platter. platter of meat from 5 kinds of beasts. An official once presented this dish to the Lung at the Feast of 100 Delicacies, advising the ruler to take equal care of Yan's people in all walks of life.
You sure are lucky. All my years at the Judicial Review Office, and you're the first I've ever seen who has a chance to get out of this damn prison alive. I myself never expected it to turn out this way. That's what's wrong with all you clerical types. Always living for the day, never thinking about the consequences. All that time spent researching, all those years of blood, sweat, and tears, all for the dish at the feast and one very angry Lung. You caused quite the ruckus and ended up here. You happy?
A little recap is because this man's was like, here, have a dish that shows loyalty to the Grand Preceptor.
It is as you say. My deeds were loyal and just. This I know. My conscience is clear. Those who peer in thin ponds to find omens will see omens. So, what comes next in your plans? The order to transfer has already been issued. I'll be joining the diplomatic mission to Victoria in 3 days. After all that happened, I can no longer stay in Baijiao. These arrangements are the fruit of Minister Ning's efforts. Victoria! How are you supposed to get to Victoria with a body like yours? To be favored with a pardon is all I need ask for. Besides, I can consider going to Victoria, returning home. Can you really? I remember you saying your wife and child already passed away, no? Yes, it has been many years since that day. Even if I did believe you, do you think other people will? You can remember things that happened back then, so can others. Do you know how many eyes will be watching you when you return? What am I to do? Speak plainly. Lend me your life, my friend. That unvarnished truth you crave, I will give it to you.
What? Hold on. What? Wide shot? Also, Smooth Talker is here. Where are you and Ning? Where's my second favorite couple after I realized my first favorite couple was Wei Yanwu and Fumizuki? The first time I came to Baijiao to further my studies left a deep impression on me. Skyscrapers that blotted out the heavens, an unending sea of brilliant lights. And in the center of all those lights was the Forbidden City. 1,000 feet it teetered, its lofty heights unseen from the ground. My teacher said this was where every policy was decided, where every decree was handed down, each one affecting the lives of untold commoners, a duty heavier than mountains. Thus it is here that every student can put to all use what they have learned, to serve the lands and the people. But when I stood here in the flesh, facing the palace of edifice and high walls, I felt a chill sap away my breath. Yes!
You've arrived early, Mr. Liang.
Miss Ning.
You seem surprised. You not wish to see me?
Hardly.
Brother, get a room!
I simply had not heard you would be attending the Feast of 100 Delicacies, Miss Ning.
Mr. Ning is ill, so for this year's feast, the Ministry of Rice had no choice but to send me to attend in his stead. It was a rather last-minute decision, so I did not have the time to tell you, my lord. I suppose that leaves us equals in silence, since it seems you never planned to tell me you were attending either.
I'm merely here as part of my work. I didn't wish to bother you, Miss Ning.
I'm suddenly reminded of how, aside from Shangshu, we have not met for the better part of a year. Several of my letters to you during that time received no answer.
It can be hard to put words to paper, and I find myself often mired in official business. I've been negligent in maintaining my side of the conversation. I cannot deny your blame, Miss Ning.
Where have I mentioned blaming you, my lord? During your time as magistrate, even the smallest needs of your hometown never left your thoughts. Now with expanded duties, the concerns have only increased. But for some reason, only for 6 short months, I feel as though we have become estranged. As if there are some things we cannot say to the other. Putting that aside for the moment, this is the first time you are attending the feast, yes?
Yes. My early years were spent in Shangshu, so I had little opportunity to take part in government events such as this.
Major topics are often deliberated upon during these feasts. The question this year is, what decision will His Majesty make in regards to this war?
I dare not make any sort of wild conjecture on His Majesty's thoughts.
But you are a clever man, Mr. Liang. Your conjectures are always correct. You did in fact have something on your mind the other day, and you wanted to discuss it with Grandfather, did you not?
I dare not lie to you, Miss Ning.
Phrase it how you will, I'm always happy to hear that you wish to see me. But I am afraid that for you, I've never been someone to be trusted or to entrust things with.
I believe there may have been a misunderstanding, Miss Ning.
I do not mean to blame you. Who among us did not detest the murky secrets of the bureaucracy when these red robes were first draped over us? But now, we must navigate all this wheeling and dealing like it or not. It may not be close to the center of the court, but there is one thing even I know. It is difficult to speak the truth, even more difficult to make others believe you are speaking the truth. Once you enter the palace walls, the word sincerity means less than nothing.
But all I have ever shown you is sincerity, Miss Ning. No matter what may come, I've always hoped you would remember.
That's the signal to get a room!
We should take our seats now, Mr. Liang. Let us head inside.
Come on, step on it. Check on your ingredients one last time when you're done. The guests are already seated. We need to get serving as soon as the order comes in. Inspect all your ingredients. Check on the stews, soups while you're at it.
The bliss soup on the stove number 90. I don't know how, but the color seems to be a bit off.
What? How many times did I say to cut the ingredients into finger-width cubes? No more, no less, and it's supposed to be on the fire for 20 hours. No breaks! Someone must have screwed something up. Alright, move aside, I'll come to have a look. Blaze in a chef's outfit? Blaze, I'm pretty sure it should be draped all over you. Not with your thick ass thigh hanging out. What do you think this is? A runway? We're in a kitchen! This is a battleship! Who's the idiot sandwich? Hey, over here. Why are you still wearing those clothes? Scared people won't notice you or something? Normal dress for formal occasions. I had kept these clothes at home just in case. But this is the kitchen, so don't you have anything more suitable to put on? Says you! No. You. Hey. Is disguising yourself not something natural for judicial officers? What nonsense are you talking about? Deputy Minister at the Judicial Review Office is not some undercover ghost. Though I have found myself sneaking around a lot lately, for some reason. Alright, enough muttering. Change into these clothes, you follow the army of waiters into the banquet area as they're serving up the dishes, and change back into your fancy robe when you can. Fine. This kind of infiltration really does make me a little nervous. You said you were going to stand up to see justice restored, so if you make the True Lung mad, is he going to arrest you right away, or is he going to... There is a tradition of remonstration during the Feast of 100 Delicacies. Besides, we're just going to request a reopening of an old case due to inconclusive evidence. Why would the True Lung be mad at me?
Yeah. Surely, why would they be mad at the reopening of the death of the True Lung which got them into power? Yeah, man. Why would they be mad at that?
Coffee time.
Although there is one thing, which is, have you ever thought about what if the truth we managed to dig up on this case turned out to be the complete opposite of what we thought? What if you found out everything around you was one big lie? What are you talking about? Didn't we do all this to get the truth in the first place? If it's a lie, we'll smash it to pieces. Why the hesitation? We've come this far already. What choice do we even have? Okay. Blaze, I think your father, he was likely a good man. Huh? Why this all of a sudden? Promise me this. If something unexpected happens, you must take care of yourself first. Shh! Someone's coming! Hide! Under the stove! Big ass robe.
Is everything ready?
Ready, chef!
These longevity noodles you are in charge of may be simple, but they're still vital for the feast. Make no mistakes while preparing them.
Oh, thank fuck the only dish she's in charge of is the fucking noodles. Understood.
You... Although I do not know why your Shifu did not wish to come to the feast, I believe he had his reasons to choose you.
The reasons being which he wanted rent money.
Once the feast is over, I will give you the opportunity to take on my mantle.
Huh? Me?
Not happy to hear that?
There's a lot of chefs who would pinch themselves awake if they were told they were going to be your apprentice. But I don't understand. Why are you entrusting all the skills you've learned your entire life to only one person?
Nonsense. Do you know just how many examinations the Ding Feng Lu head chef puts their respective students through before they choose an apprentice? Not to mention the fact that my own Shifu was the one who penned the book of foods with recipes from all four major cuisines and it served us well for decades worth of feasts. Out of the hundreds of chefs in this Ding Feng Lu kitchen who have honed their craft for many years, Shifu chose me to take the reins. Just me. Generations of exquisite artsmanship in these hands. You'd let anybody smudge it.
But no matter how exquisite the artsmanship is, you're making the dish for people to eat. What I mean is teaching a single apprentice who's as good as you really more important than teaching a bunch of chefs who could do a decent job? The more you teach, the more you can cook, which means even more of Yan can enjoy tastier food, or something. That's exactly what the Grand Preceptor also believed about education. Blaze seemingly taking after her own mother.
That's enough of your disrespectful rubbish. Focus on your noodles.
Hello there. You look like you're related to Kirito. Are you related to him? You have the same sharp ears. Oh, wait, you are related. You're his father. I remember. His father was a general.
Have the preparations been made?
Yumen has entered the highest state of alert, and the city defenses are all in position. The citizens have been evacuated, leaving 20,000 soldiers and 3,000 Tianqis able to take the field at any time. All this for one man's and his... I don't know. In the shadows, apparently, Wang has goons setting fire to shit at minimum. We don't know if he has an army just yet. They await your orders.
Okay. Let us see if the moons wax or wane in our favor tonight. General, the Grand Commandant's messenger has arrived. At this hour. Where's the message then? He didn't have one. All he had to deliver was a box of mooncakes. He said the Grand Commandant had only one thing to say to you, General. Eat them while they're hot. Don't let them get cold.
Is that a code phrase? That's a code phrase. What up? You're here to see Daddy?
You received my notice, Lord Zuo.
I gasped. Wait a minute. Why is G hooking up with Zola? Okay. Oh, he's directly investigating Wang now.
It has been a while. Are you faring well? No need to be so tense. This pawn shop has long since closed its doors. No one will be bothering us. Why meet alone?
To make out?
Shouldn't I be asking you that, Lord Zuo? What do you mean? I opened this pawn shop on a whim during my stay in Baijiao, and for a time business was booming. Every day would see customers bring in all sorts of curios, scrolls, precious baubles, and odd gemstones. In the end, many of them were taken by my wandering younger brother and placed within his garden.
An unnamed Sui? Younger brother? A gardener Sui?
The most curious thing was that all the customers who came by this shop had...
Wait, no. Younger brother, garden. He's talking about you, right? I think he's talking about you. Most likely the chef.
The most curious thing was that the customers who all came to this shop had one thing in common. They were looking for me. You think far too highly of yourself. Well, since you have come to see me, does that not mean you have something to discuss, Lord Zuo? Perhaps I could answer one or two questions plaguing you. All I want to know is, why have you come to Baijiao? If that convict has decided now's the time to declare war on Yan, all that awaits him is death and destruction. And I'm sure he knows that already. Indeed. My elder brother is skilled at the art of the gridded board and naught else, though it is a formidable and well-honed skill at that. Do you still remember the Shanghai Zhong who appeared in Human, Lord Zhuo?
The Farenmit cult, led by the other Farenmit, which was actually being puppeteered by Wang? Yeah? The they-them Farenmit?
During the Sui regulator's analysis of the incident, we noticed traces of another Farenmit proxy's actions.
That was you. You're new to Arknights, and you must say these two seem like they're doing it. Hello, Olivia. Welcome to Arknights. These two, I think this is the first time no. They've met before. However, you're free to fujo the she. To fujo their she. They are both beautiful yaoi men.
Wang is suspected of being involved. What are you trying to say? I'm sure you remember, Lord Zhuo, that during the hunt of 1,000 years ago, the Farenmit of Yan were either put to the sword or banished.
The Farenmit of Yan. We still haven't met... Well, we've only met two Farenmits of Yan that have survived so far since the Great War. The fragments of the Sui, and then we have the they-them Farenmit, which showed up like back in Human.
Has the Sui regulator ever wondered, considering my brother was able to find one of them?
Yeah, that was the they-them Farenmit.
Could he perhaps have found more than just one?
Ooh! Oh! No fucking shot. This entire time, what if the plan was Big Brother Wang recruiting the surviving Farenmits to wage war against Yan? Hold up, that's actually kind of peak in cinema.
During the many years since the incident, the Sui regulator have watched closely his every movement within Yan's borders, but have they ever considered the possibility that one of his Wakey stones might leave the country?
One of his Horcruxes left the country and went looking for foreign pheromones? Hey, yo!
Don't underestimate our intelligence network. The Sui regulator have never stopped keeping an eye on the Pheron outside. If they make any sudden movements, our pheromutalogist will surely sense something. I'm sure they did. They should be on their way back to Yan right about now.
The fuck you say? The foreign pheromones that Wang recruited are coming to Yan?
Please treat this information as my humble gift to you, Lord Zhuo. How you use it is for you to decide. Why are you telling me all this? You're one of the convict's conspirators, so why tell us about his plans? In truth, though I am indeed in collaboration with my brother, our hearts are not as one. We have our differences. He insists on seeing a victor decided. I, on the other hand, prefer doing my business in more amicable fashion. As for why I chose you, Lord Zhuo, I feel like we're kindred spirits.
Just fuck already.
What? I profess I have some skill in reading people. My intuition tells me that we will have the opportunity to do business once again in the future.
Spoilers for future events!
It is possible that the fate of us siblings will lie in your hands, Lord Zhuo. To be able to chat with you on this festive day, even for a moment, is destiny at work. I hope that in the future you could see me as a man you could discuss things with.
I don't know what that entails, dog. Are you telling me they're gonna give him another... You're gonna make a man already relevant to the saga an alter to make him more important? Then again, they just did that with Leiji. Ayo! What's wrong?
Sorry, my hand just cramped. Couldn't hold it steady.
You seriously? Bah!
Sorry, I'll go back to the kitchen and get a new one.
Do it quick! The mandarins are all getting seated already. Once the true lung arrives, the banquet will start. Sneaking around. Do you need help, madame? Madame?
I'm here for the Feast of 100 Delicacies.
All the mandarins should have already been seated. May I ask why?
Forgive me, I was delayed on the road here. I will head in right away.
Please wait a moment. Madame, please show your invitation to the feast.
Why? Is it me standing here not invitation enough?
Routine inspection. I beg your pardon, ma'am. My lady, you dropped something of yours. Who is this? Oh! Oh!
Hey, yo! Saved by Ning! You left in such a rush. How could you not have noticed you dropped something so important? Good thing I spotted it.
Your invitation. Madame Tang of the Ministry of Revenue. Please forgive my earlier impertinence. There are no further issues here, but the feast is about to begin. Please take your seat as quickly as you can.
That invitation's a forgery. They'll only work the one time. Do take care when you're inside. I know you. You're one of the ladies at Ning Manor. I'm also a friend of Blaze. I spotted her name on the chef roster and guessed at your plan.
Ning is very smart.
The rest, you will simply have to beg forgiveness from the True Lung after meeting him.
But don't you know, if this case is reopened, you'll be ruined.
But the one most heavily implicated by this case would be Blaze, no? Didn't you already agree to help her find the truth? What else is there to worry about? Besides, if you really do manage to pull back the curtain on all this, well, that's what I was after in the first place.
Thank you.
Infiltrating the banquet to get to the Emperor and ask him a few questions that he or may not have been involved with. Huh.
This Despite all my years as a Mandarin, I rarely set foot in the Forbidden City. I see towering palaces press up against the sky, majestic and stately. I see a banquet of incomparable bounty, each and every seat filled. The lamps are bright as day, even as the moonlight envelops them. I will mute because I will sneeze. False alarm! But what I cannot see is who hid away these names. Who does not want to see the truth come to light? We're getting to the tippy top, the source. I suddenly recall the words. Will you be able to handle the truth? That's what her master, Yu Cheng, told Lei Ji. The truth about everything. The truth about what happened 40 years ago. The truth about the death of the True Lung and how the current True Lung came into power. The conspiracy, the big conspiracy. Yu Cheng, what exactly did you see?
How strange. The feast has already started, so why hasn't His Imperial Majesty not yet arrived?
What do you mean he's not yet here?
No need to panic. His Imperial Majesty is busy. Something urgent might have come up. All we could do is wait.
I heard he's been ill for a while now. What if it's something to do with that?
Shh, stop blabbering.
Preposterous, simply preposterous. Don't you know where we are? What right have you to obstruct the court, Mandarin?
Who's this? Never mind. Wrong voice! Wait, no. It's the bad bitch Imperial Guard. It's the junior drill master. Please don't be an antagonist in the future. Become a playable character. Please, for the love of...
This man says he's Assistant Minister Tang Jian of the Ministry of Revenue, but we've already checked. Every seat under the Ministry of Revenue is already accounted for.
Uh-oh, the real guy came here after we forged his invitation.
I am Tang Jian. None of this, he says, rubbish. Look, do you see my seal in my hand? Whose name is on it?
The twin moons rise into the sky. All falls silent. 3 blasts of the horn mark the 7th hour of the night. The moons shine bright overhead, their light so clear they wash away all color. All rise! One by one, the Mandarins stand, looking towards the center of the feast with bated breath, waiting for the one meant to be seated at the head of the table. I have something to report, Your Majesty. What? Huh? Uh-oh. That's a pretty convenient fire. Whoa! Okay, the banquet hall is on fire, just like the scrolleries, just like Ding Leng Fu. Ding Feng Lu. Fire. None knew where the burst of fire came from, but all it needed was a gust of autumn wind to engulf the entire banquet. The flickering flames act like wild beasts brandishing their fangs and claws as they pace about above the table. The wind blows, the beasts of fire grow and grow with speed. The conflagration bloats and bulges, letting off unsettling noise. Some liken it to shouting, others to laughter. Bizarre flames pour like falling rain. Having already tainted the feast of 100 delicacies, they flit and flicker as they climb up the faces of the panicking mandarins. What the? What's going on? The inciting incident, that's what. Was this all a trap to kill all the mandarins before the war? By who, though? Also, conveniently, the True Lung didn't show up. Wow. The most important person in the room is conveniently out of danger. Fire! Fire! Assassins! Protect His Majesty! Guards! Guards!
Put out the fire! Lock the dining area down!
Take care. Source of this fire. Everyone, stay away from the wine in the cups.
The wine?
A fire that does not burn hot. Who did this, and what are they up to?
Once again, it's probably Wang's people. Oh, panic! Panic! Ling Qinyan tries to calm down the panicking crowd, but her voice is quickly drowned out by the shouting and screaming. In the midst of the chaos, she spots a familiar face. Uh-oh. Their eyes met for only a moment, but she is more sure than anything. Uh-oh, they're gonna think she's the culprit. That person saw her attempt to cross the line of propriety in front of all. But the target is not her. Oh, okay. Smarter than we thought. Bad bitch Imperial Guard was like, I recognize you, but you're probably not the one that set the fire. Okay. Blaze. What about Blaze?
What's going on? What's with all this ruckus?
This is bad. I heard some kind of demonic fire broke out of the banquet. No idea how it happened. The guards have the dining area surrounded. No idea what's going on inside or if His Majesty is hurt. They're talking about cutting the feast short. Ling Qinyan.
We've been notified of unknown persons infiltrating the feast. We will now be conducting an inspection. I ask that everyone stay in where they are and not move. Please cooperate.
Damn it, what the hell happened over where Leiji is? But this is bad. I can't leave her to fend for herself. I need to go take a look.
Oopsie.
You there, stop moving!
What do I do? What do I do? I can't get into a fight here. No time to think, damn it.
Make a break for it! Out the window!
After her! First Battalion, 5th Battalion. Seal off the southern entrance. 7th and 9th, close the northern gate. Everyone else, sweep the palace from south to north. If you find anyone suspicious, arrest them immediately. Our intel says there are at least 2 culprits working together to ruin the feast, so take care.
So many guards, what a pain. What kind of trouble did you manage to get yourself into here, Leiji? Sounds like you haven't gotten caught yet, at least. So where the hell are you? This palace is way too big. Oops. Why are you here? Shh. I thought you two just wanted to ask His Majesty to reopen the case. How did it come to this? I don't know either. The fire's not our doing. But the timing. You need to leave right away. There's no talking your way out of this when they find you. What I need to do is save Ling Qinyan. Let me go look for her. How can I ask you to do something that dangerous? I'm more familiar with the Forbidden City than you are. Even if I did get caught, I'll have some leeway to explain myself.
Nepo baby powers, activate!
Don't worry, I'll find her. But... you still don't trust me? What, still angry at me? Of course not. Head to the southern exit before the guards seal it off. We'll meet up at the restaurant once we're all out of here.
Something makes me feel like we won't be leaving the palace, the Forbidden City anytime soon.
You take care too. Wait, did the soldiers manage to get a good look at you?
Yeah, I think so.
That's not good. Oh, I know, let's swap clothes. Come on, get them off.
Swappage of clothing?
I saw someone running away up ahead. Over there. Distraction.
The dining area's been cleared out. Deputy Minister Lin wouldn't be here. But who started all this at the feast? I hope Blaze managed to
managed to make it out by now.
What? Uh-oh. Oh no! The Imperial Guard. Well, this is a new character sprite.
Why is she here? These two.
No fucking shot. Hold up, I recognize those horns. Is this? This is the fucking True Lung. It's the Emperor. Hold up.
Is this fate at work?
I thought it was the Imperial Guard. Nope, it's the fucking Emperor.
Looks like it's not too far away now. Wonder how things are going on over on their side.
Found you.
Who's there?
Ah. Bad bitch Imperial Guards woman.
So it was you.
Just because her name is Blaze doesn't mean she set the fire. She sets fires, yes, but not this fire.
Damn, that's one hell of a sword. You're not dressed like your average soldier. What are you, general? Save the chatter. So you're the one Lin Xinyan has been hiding behind her back. But why would she bring you to the Forbidden City? So I know it's impolite to barge in on someone else's banquet, but would you believe me if I said we didn't mean anything bad by it? Okay, what I'm trying to say is that this is all a misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding here. The Imperial Guard have been searching for you for 40 years.
Huh? Huh?
You are her descendant.
The Grand Preceptor. Confirmed to be Blaze's mother. Which means Gu Chuan and the man at the start of the event are one and the same. Now, the only thing left is, what about Qingzhu? Is she related to Gu Chuan? If there were two babies from 40 years ago, one grew up in Victoria, one grew up under Mr. Ning adopted, where did Mr. Ning's baby come from, and who gave it to him?
What are you talking about? Who's descendant? Who's her?
You really don't know.
No, it seems you're not lying. All this time you've been hidden away and nobody thought to tell you about your history. Got me there. I'm pretty curious about it, not gonna lie. Anyone I can ask about it. But seriously, the Imperial Guard, looking for me? 40 years ago, only a single child was unaccounted for in the family of a treasonous Mandarin.
A single child was unaccounted for, implying there was another child. That child was Qingzhu. I think they're confirming that Qingzhu and Blaze are sisters. So, okay.
What are you talking about? Blaze, I need to confirm something. You were born in 1062 in Victoria, right? Yes, as far back as I can remember, I lived in Victoria. Your father seemed to have been spending a lot of time pursuing a certain truth in the last few years of his life. What if you found out everything around you was one big lie? What? You're talking nonsense! Bizui!
I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry, Chinese people!
You are a person of interest. We'll figure out what to do with you after questioning. Come with me.
Fire time. Ah, forget that. Where'd your chainsaw go, Blaze? You feel naked without your chainsaw, and not in the sexy way. You need a chainsaw. Ah!
You're no weakling, it seems. I might not be able to take you in without hurting you. If you don't wish to be harmed, then surrender immediately.
I'm not in the mood for jokes right now.
Panting heavily, we have Leiji.
Didn't I tell you to save yourself if something happened? Lin Qingyan.
Lin's eyes meet Blaze's. She understands what has happened, but all she has to offer is silence. She turns and stands in front of Blaze, shielding her. This too is also Yuri.
Your deeds at the Judicial Review Office are worthy of my respect, Deputy Minister Lin, and I was kind enough to remind you before. It seems you have decided to completely ignore my warning. I'm perfectly aware of what I'm doing. I don't need your reminders. I know who she really is, yet to go as far as to protect the descendant of a treasonous Mandarin? Why? For the truth. The truth you are all too afraid to talk about.
Has it been an open secret? Has it been an open secret this entire time that the Mandarins have been talking behind the back of the True Lung? I'm gonna sneeze. That wasn't a false alarm. I did sneeze. They're like, conveniently, the True Lung has some evil aura about him. I wonder if the True Lung died. I wonder if it was actually the Grand Preceptor that killed the True Lung. Whispers do go about in royal courts.
Lin Qingyan! What are you two talking about? What do you mean I'm the descendant of a traitor? My dad! Who is he? Why did he die? Forgive me, I was planning to tell you everything after tonight, but it seems now is not a good time. I will make it up to you later however you like, provided we make it out of here alive, that is. She will be coming with me tonight. As long as I'm here, she will not. Forget that, you will need 3 of you to just simply obstruct me. Lin! Go already.
Thunder! Lightning! This too is Yuri, the Toxic. They're fighting. A burst of lightning blast opens a hole in the palace wall. Before the dust has even settled, a somewhat gentler blast of energy strikes Blaze. She is sent flying out of the Forbidden City, falling towards a distant patch of ground. Opposite direction of where we needed to go, by the way. Blaze has done these sorts of high-altitude leaps countless times before as a form of dynamic entry into the battlefield, or wherever happened to need her. She has never once felt fear. She believed in her own strength and in her many friends. There was never any confusion in her mind either. She knew who she was. She knew where she must go. She knew what to believe in. There is no plot that can hold back her heat, just like how the mist of dawn cannot hide away the sun. But now, what awaits her is no longer solid ground, but an endless abyss. She closes her eyes. Mr. Ning, why aren't you at the banquet?
Where?
Ning Yin lies on the bed, her breathing faint. Oh, he's back. The crutch in the old man's hand shudders and he nearly falls over. After having seen so many things across many years, he thought nothing more in this world could shock him. His lips open and close, yet try as he might, he cannot make a sound. Until someone in the shadows begins to speak first. She yet lives. Emperor!
It's you!
Or is this Wang?
Stay your steps, Mr. Ning. Come no closer. You never saw me tonight. She never left the house. But why? She intruded upon the feast of 100 delicacies. She was with that girl when I discovered her.
Is this Wang? Is this a True Lung or is it Wang? The horns are tripping me up.
If she had run into anyone else, she would not still be alive. Impossible. 40 years. I can't believe it's you again.
Something tells me it's Wang.
40 years ago, you left her here. Now you save her life once more. Saved her from a terrible fate.
No shot!
So the person that left her at Mr. Ning's doorstep wasn't Daddy-O?
Fate. This must be fate. There's no escaping it. There never was. I did not leave her here for her sake. It was you who saved her, Mr. Ning. You once more swore an oath to never let anyone know the truth of this case in exchange for her name. But it seems you are now wavering when it comes to past vows. The true Lung will know of tonight's events.
Hold up. Not the true Lung. Which narrows it down to Wang?
The choice is yours, Mr. Ning.
A gust of wind, and it was like nobody was even there. The old man stands in stunned silence. His daze is interrupted as he hears a sound coming from outside the courtyard walls. A sound like roaring, like weeping, like admonishment.
I must be going mad. It's autumn. Why do I hear cicadas?
Back at Yu's shop. You, when are you gonna... We're back. We're with Blaze. Blaze got saved by you. But Leiji is still back in the Forbidden City. We gotta save her.
Where? How did I get here? Oh, finally awake, I see. I knew you were one tough feline. Look at you, as lively as a fin on a line. Jiang was making a fuss about calling a doctor. He was shouting so hard he forgot what time it was. How long was I out? Wait, where are they? Lin, did Ning Yin come by here? Seriously, how did I get here? Alright, slow down. I don't even know where to start with all these questions. Last night I was on my way to the night market to get some cheap veggies when I found you lying in the middle of the street. Thought you were drunk at first. I was worried you'd freeze to death or something, so I brought you back here. You were cursing up a storm in your sleep, hypocrite this, swindler that, and a lot more besides. I don't know where you managed to learn such creative Yanese. The Ningyan you mentioned, and whoever this Lin Qingyan is, never seen them before, so I don't know if they were here. I need to go find them. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Where are you going? The Forbidden City. I just saw a whole bunch of guards patrolling around there. You think you could still get in? I don't care, I have to go. Who do you think you're going to find after having lost yourself like that? You. What are you talking about? Just speaking the truth here. You lost yourself, yeah? You don't know where yourself has gone, where it's wandered off to. You hear a few words from someone else, and wouldn't you know it, you barely even know your own name. Much less who you are. Such absurdity. Tangerine seed is blown from Jiangnan to Jiangbei, where it takes root and yields fine fruit. What let this seed grow so well wasn't Jiangnan or Jiangbei, but decades worth of rain and sun. It's ultimately the same fruit. Jiangnan and Jiangbei might not be the same place, but an orange is an orange. Doesn't matter where you eat it. All things begin, all things end. There is the outer truth and the inner truth. Once you figure that out, then you can go back to asking your questions. You stop acting like an old man. You. Do you know something about all this? What do you know? Tell me.
Is there gonna be some dumb plot twist that maybe you was the one that started the fires? For why though? I don't know.
What do I know? I'm a chef. All I know is how to season my ingredients. How to boil stuff, stir-fry stuff, regular fry stuff. Oh right, seeing you reminded me of something. Weren't you trying to find authentic tangerine cakes? I think I know how to make those.
Well, Leiji's still missing. Xingzhu is back with Mr. Ning after being saved by who I assume to be Wang. And I guess the true lung is still missing. They're still out of the picture somehow. Golden rice crust. Wait. Are we done with 7? Just making sure. Okay, we're done with 7. Golden rice crisp covers the plate. Crack open to reveal the dish beneath.
One tangerine cake to go, please.
No fucking shot. Wait a minute.
Oh, you're here. Sending it to Victoria this time as well?
No, not sending it. I need to go back right away. Though it's hard to say if I even can go back. This time. Just a snack for the road.
Wow, your cuff's gotten pretty bad. I don't think you should be eating sweets right now. I'll boil you up a bowl of loquat soup.
I'm fine. It's not to do with my lungs.
Doesn't matter where the problem is, you've got to take care of yourself. You seen a doctor about it?
Yes. I don't have much time left, apparently. I'd say I'm beyond having to mind what I eat.
Huh?
It's fine. Everyone has to die someday. I've done pretty much everything I needed to get done.
How can you say something like that? Didn't you say you still have family in Victoria? They're waiting for you to get home.
Yes. I held on to hope that I could see them again, but it seems that won't be happening. I might have been a useless good-for-nothing my entire life, but at least I could say I haven't disgraced what little ideals and righteousness I still have in me. But only now that I'm at the end when have I realized I owe them far, far too much.
Isn't that just how people are? Things like that happen from time to time. If you try and be the perfect people pleaser, you're a fool. But surely you still want to go home, right?
I want to see them. If I don't, they'll have easier lives. That's just how people are. You want to get something done, you need to put something down. Everyone else has put their things down, so I should too. I have been in your care for many years now, Chef. Even my final few words in the reverie of mine are for your ears only.
Then, is there still something you want?
I want. You need to pay more attention. Look at this spot you swept. It's still covered in ash. Make sure not to miss any corners either. Anything dirty has to be cleaned. We are moving out soon and we cannot leave behind any trouble for the house's next owner.
It is rather late, Mr. Ning. Where are you headed off to?
Oh, don't mind me. Just going out for a walk.
A walk. Mr. Ning's acting really odd today. Why is he spending his mid-autumn festival watching us clean the house instead of gazing at the moon? That's enough question out of you. Focus on your sweeping. With such brilliant moonlight tonight, we should give it a pristine spot to land on. How did I get here? Grandfather's study? Her mind lurches on the edge of consciousness. She feels as if she has forgotten something important. An old book lies upon the desk in silence. Annals of Yan, Volume 124, Supplement 17, 1062. Since when was there such a book in the Imperial Historical Records? 1062 was the year Blaze was born. Grandfather? It's been years. Oh, with prison guard, eh?
It's been years since there was a criminal thrown into the 5th floor of this prison. What's the story tonight? Assassinating someone at the court. The Imperial Guard themselves are dragging the culprit here.
Assassinating?
What a ruthless. Shh. Don't think too hard about it. Don't ask too many questions. Just keep a close eye on the culprit. You and I won't be enough to fix any mistakes.
Did it catch Leiji? Seems that everything I've run into since my return to Baijiao has been part of some grand plan. A trail of clues laid out in front of me like bait, leading towards a dead end. Not only was the perpetrator highly skilled in Kung Fu, oh wait, it was Chen, but they also had intimate knowledge of the Judicial Review Office's layout. They must have been working with Yu Cheng for quite some time. Yu Cheng asked you to take notes during his trial. This is why you stand here now, and it's also the reason why I cannot allow you to participate any further. Whatever Yu Cheng's plan, you are most certainly a part of it. Deputy Minister Lin surely wouldn't ask if you didn't know the answer already. Can you not see the truth, or do you simply pretend you can't because you don't dare to? What makes you so dead set on this case, Censor Jie Zhen? As the moon slowly sinks into the west, their light passes through the barred window and scattered on the far wall of the cell. The night air condenses into dew, beating on Lin's brow. Were it not for the scent of mold, this person would actually be a good place to meditate. Yu Cheng? Indeed. While I was waiting here, I managed to figure out many things that have been on my mind. It was you who set the scrollery on fire. Was it an answer I gave you here, or the one you puzzled beforehand? No! I knew! It was them the whole time! I did suss it out in the middle of this session. They set fire to the scrolleries and they were working with Yu Cheng. Which is why they also let Leiji free to head to the banquet in the first place. We meet again, Deputy Minister Lin. Okay. Are you a Fahrenheit cultist? What are you? Hey, I'm not in the mood to discuss snacks with you right now. I've got people to save. Calm down, take it easy. Is it any use being so high-strung when you have so much to do? What do you know? All I know is that if the heat ain't right, don't take off the lid. You can't skip on meals if you have something big to do. If you don't eat, you're not getting anything done. Here, try this. Is this a tangerine cake you're looking for? Was it an old recipe this entire time? It was probably Blaze's dad that added the extra sugar or some shit? Or was it was it a specialty ask? Weren't you always saying I wouldn't be able to find it even if I searched all of Baijiao? I also said I'm the best chef in all of Baijiao. As long as the taste exists, I can replicate it. And this one's my own creation. It won't count for a bit. Isn't this the same tangerine cake you made before? Despite her skepticism, Blaze shoves the cake into her mouth. She has tried many fine dishes over the last few days and learned about how to critique food during that time. The cake in front of her cannot be considered tasty. Xingzhu was right. Too much sugar will overwhelm the fragrance of the tangerine peel, while too much oil destroys the texture of the cake itself. It is not a tasty snack. But it is the one she was looking for. It's her dad's recipe. But it is an exact match for the taste in her memories. How do you know this recipe? You were so hung up on my tangerine cake not being sweet enough, it got me wondering what kind of chef would make them sweet. Just a loving father that wanted to cook for his daughter, dude. Then I thought, what if the one who made them so sweet didn't do it for the taste?
That means... You said you ate these in Victoria, right? I'm reminded of a regular customer I had many years ago. He always ordered some tangerine cakes and said he was going to send them off to his daughter in a foreign land. I told him they'd spoil long before they got to her. But he refused to believe me. He'd process it a bit himself and wrap it in layer after layer of letter paper. You'd barely tell it was a letter or some food by the end of it. You knew him! He came here! I've been searching for him this entire time! Do you know what happened to him? I wouldn't say I knew him. He was just a regular customer of many years. I vaguely remember him always coming over before it was even bright out to order the cheapest breakfast I had on the menu. Then he'd sit by the window, like he was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who? How should I know? See for yourself.
What?
Huh?
Day breaks. The faint full moons brush against the horizon. As the night comes to a close, there are perhaps many in slumber, enjoying dreams of happy reunion. Diligent hawkers are up early, setting up their stalls, their shouts echoing down the streets, rousing the sleepers of the metropolis. Blaze spots a familiar figure by the street corner. Who? Yo! Wait. Oh. This was his little corner to watch over his other daughter. I was like, he's alive! No, he's dead. However, this was where he would spend time watching over his daughter. This small restaurant and the serene manor are separated by no more than a street corner, a fact barely worth noticing during normal times. Was this what he was looking at year after year? It's you. It's really you. You're here. Well, it's Ning Shu.
I never thought I would see you again in my lifetime.
The man leaning against the corner is clothed in near rags. He grasps a moon cake in his hands, his face awash in crumbs, ignorant of his guest. A smear of light leaks in through the bars of the cell window, painting the criminal's gaunt face in stark relief.
The Judicial Review Office is truly kind. When us prisoners get a mooncake for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's delicious. Want a bite? No need. I will be having my meals in this prison soon enough. I will have my own to enjoy.
What did you mean by this, Ningshu?
Pity. We still have much to talk about. It's not quite the same without something to munch on, right?
The old man lets out a dry laugh, taking a seat across from the shabbily dressed prisoner.
For decades, you have wanted to ask an old man like me your questions. I suppose today's your lucky day. You should hate me, Mr. Ning. We're one step away from being able to go back home without a heavy heart. One step away from enjoying your twilight years with your family. Just one small step. I really should hate you, but when you put it like that, I'd like nothing more than to charge at you and tear you at the flesh with my teeth. But on second thought, you have given up decades of your life in your position as Deputy Minister in the Judicial Review Office for me, spending the rest of your years within the cell. No matter how you look at it, it should be you who hates me. You're overthinking it, Mr. Ning. I said it before, but I was never any good at my job or at being a decent human being. Not like Gu Chuan. I'm a glutton, you see. The type that loves sniffing out deep, hidden truths. I tore open shells to get at the flesh, and got addicted to the sweet, sweet taste of marrow. I'll do anything for it, even if it leaves my hands bloodied and my teeth shattered. During all those years, you were the biggest, plumpest shell beast on my dining table. How could I ever hate you? Even if I were to hate, it wouldn't be for anything on my side. Your teeth are still in fine shape. I never saw them chip while they were gnawing at my old bones. But you, Cheng, why were you so sure I would have come to see you today? If I had just walked away from all this, all your plots and plans would have gone to waste, no? Because I understand you. I understand you far too well, Mr. Ning. I simply had to gamble that during the years you spent bobbing around the hierarchy of Mandarins, you would dirty your hands, but still retain your humanity. You let Guchuan live on while he was right under your nose, after all. Raised his daughter to boot.
Sisters confirmed! Oh, wait! When Guchuan and Grand Preceptor were attacked in the beginning, they were attacked by the mysterious armored mans, and I think that's how he got the baby to deliver to Mr. Ning. That's how they were separated.
You care about the fate of that child. Those two children, rather. You wanted to see those girls live carefree, innocent lives while you live.
I'm gonna sneeze? Two sisters confirmed, both 40-year-old hags, with not a single wrinkle to their name. Hypergriff, you cowards.
You knew that if you did not relent one day, they would never know peace. So you came to see me. You had to.
It was raising Qingzhou that crumbled the old man's heart.
You have looked into these matters already. It seems you managed to find out most of what should have been found out. How long did it take you? I only finished deciphering the clues and piecing them together last year. It shames me to admit as deputy minister, but my pace was a bit too slow. Wuchuan, on the other hand, he managed to figure it out all those years ago. I never considered that. The year he returned to Baizhao, you managed to put him under your watch, but you never thought he would copy decades worth of letters from your home.
I told you, there was no way a wanted man with a bad bitch of a criminal wife, the preceptor, who apparently was a saintly person, would ever reintegrate back into Baizhao society without a bit of authoritarian help. That man's was a worker for the government, and no one found out that he was married to the Grand Preceptor, which meant it was Mr. Ning all along that pulled the strings to keep watch over him.
By peering through all those letters between Grand Mandarins and nobles, he, a 9th rank ceremonial officer, found every survivor of that murder case. He unraveled the threads and pieced the truth together. Wuchuan's diligence knew no bounds. I underestimated him. Anything more you wish to say, Mr. Ning? What is there left to say? What sins must be admitted, I shall admit. I really did send someone to kill the Minister of Justice who presided over the Grand Preceptor's case. But not because he accused me of being the Grand Preceptor's collaborator in treason. Rather, because the Grand Preceptor's treason was a miscarriage of justice all along.
No shit, dog. We've always known that Blaze's mother was innocent, probably framed by shadows in the dark. Explain. Explain, Jie.
Indulge me in my curiosity, Deputy Minister Lin. When did you figure it out? I suspected it was you who set Ding Feng Lu alight. Why? What would I have to do with that incident? Call it a hunch. Though you might not have used your kung fu at the time, a mask was not enough to prevent me from thinking that person's figure and skills were familiar. Very familiar. Afterwards, at the Judicial Review Office, you sought me out and managed to cement this particular suspicion in mind. Come to think of it, you must have been in close contact with Yu Cheng as early as when I was preparing to impeach him. I never considered the possibility that you were already cooperating with him at that time. From the scrollery fire to the hanging scroll at the Ning Manor, then on to the fire in Ding Feng Lu, the recent string of mysteries was you trying to lead me along the trail of clues, wasn't it? That was rather hushed and sloppy now that I look back. And the fire at the Feast of 100 Delicacies? I must regret to inform you, that was not my doing truly. Merely an unexpected turn that happened to align with our goal.
Okay, not you. Different fire setter. Who else could have set that fire? Wang?
Why did you two do all this? Ridiculous as it may sound, this all started with an old case. Not a large one, yet not small either. A case I happened upon by chance after I joined the Department of Discipline and Supervision. The Minister of Justice assassinated by a beggar in the middle of the street, a case I could barely believe, yet one hastily closed without meaningful build-up or satisfying conclusion.
Mr. Ning was involved.
Sneeze? Though the assassin had been executed, his identity, his motive, there were simply too many vague unknowns in the file. As I dug deeper, I noticed that every thread led towards an even bigger case, a case that had been snipped all of those threads short. Grand Preceptor's treason. You've investigated that case too. The betrayal of the 3 Grand Ministers, a case large enough to shake the court, the one that implicates countless others. Forget finding the truth, even just mentioning the Grand Preceptor's name at the time was the greatest of taboos. The Grand Preceptor incited the Prince to regicide. This was all the history books had to say on the matter.
Okay. The Grand Preceptor was not directly related to the royal family. Apparently, they only merely incited the prince to regicide. Huh.
But nobody knows the truth of what happened that night. The old True Lung passed away. Who was it who mobilized the city guard? Who went into the palace? Only later did I realize I was not the only one looking into this case.
Gu Chuan.
Was this how you got to know Yu Cheng?
Okay, fine. Yu Cheng!
Should I rather call it foul beast of a feather or friendship at first sight? You said the two of you weren't able to follow the trail. How did you determine the Grand Preceptor was wrongly accused? It wasn't our research that led to this conclusion. The one who brought everything to light was Gu Chuan.
Yep. Holy shit. Giga Chad wife guy spent the entirety of his latter life investigating why his wife was wrongly accused of treason, protected his daughter, his other daughter the entire time, was sending his Victorian daughter tangerine cakes on the side, living a double life investigating a 40-year-old regicide case. The wife guys of wife guys?
Why? Do you seriously not know why? Of course I do. I just wanted to ask how this why tastes. Ask you how this why tasted when you said it aloud. The people cry out, their hearts uneasy. Only those who have experienced the struggle know that Yan's current peace and prosperity were hard-won. It was a very, very long time ago. The old Chulung was diligent. At the time, Originium industries were beginning to change the structure of this great land. Even during Yan's turbulent times, he did not allow her to fall behind the other nations of Terra. And so it was that the great hero was infected with neuropathy in his twilight years. Believing his days were numbered, his many policies began to stray into bias and imbalance. At the time, the prince wished to stop the True Lung, and the Grand Preceptor stood by his side. His supposed support was her urging the prince to seize the throne. The old True Lung died that night the prince entered the palace to admonish him. As for the prince, his whereabouts since that night are unknown. Such a tumultuous event demanded an explanation.
Wait. What? So we now have a third... Hold up. No shot. Whereabouts unknown? I know where that motherfucker is. Bro, that man's is in Longman. The prince who did regicide? Wei Yen Wu was a... Yo! That's why Wei Yen Wu is part of this plotline? Ooh, I understand. It's all coming together now. Hold up. Wait a minute, I just processed this door bomb? That's why they want Wei Yen Wu to come back? Wait, he was invited back. He was invited back. Did he stay behind in Longmen with Fumizuki? Did they expect Wei Yen Wu to be at the banquet? And when the fire started, were they expecting to finally punish him? Hold up, hold up.
Which required someone to be charged with everything.
And since they can't find Wei Yen Wu, they just put all the blame onto the Grand Preceptor. Blaze's mother. Blaze and Xingzhu's mother. Yeah, it all comes to place now.
Do you think the current True Lung was unaware of all this? Huh. Changes in the court naturally lead to unrest among the masses. The purge of traitors, a fitting slogan. And then the young True Lung acted with an iron fist to sweep away many courtiers with evil intent, stabilizing the situation as quickly as possible. This ensured this spell of court intrigue never made it outside the walls of the Forbidden City. For 40 years, I assumed I was the only one aside from the True Lung himself to still remember what transpired. Until 10 or so years after that case ended, that young man stood in front of me once again. I fear you speak of that time too lightly, Mr. Ning. It was not only traitors who were swept away, there was also the entirety of the Grand Preceptor's family, 28 in all.
Blaze's entire family were all killed. Meanwhile, Giga Chad wife guy Gu Chuan and the Grand Preceptor themselves escaped to Victoria? Or... yeah. I was about to speculate on some more intrigue that maybe the Grand Preceptor died on the night of the escape and that Gu Chuan found himself another wife in Victoria, which explains the black hair on Blaze. I don't know, that's way too much this late in the game. Let's just stick to one wife. Let's not sully the name of our wife guy.
They were all sent to prison. Some committed suicide in their cells to prove their innocence. Those who lived were exiled. I tried to find some trace of them, but it was no use. Couldn't find a single one. Except for a child, spirited away during the turmoil, still swaddled in a blanket. I never considered the possibility she still lived, yet never truly believed she had died. It seems you met her. A few days ago, her appearance is not too similar, but their personality, like two peas in a pod. Guchuan never spoke a word about the child's whereabouts during the decade he spent in Baijiao, right up until his death.
Okay, I guess that pretty much confirms it, that she looks exactly like the Grand Preceptor. Blaze looks exactly like the Grand Preceptor in Xing, and Ning Yin looks exactly like their father. Ooh, siblings.
I'm sure you're now well aware of why he died on the road back to Victoria. Yu Cheng, you old bastard. You used Guchuan's own death to ensure there was no possibility of anyone finding that child, which also gave you an opportunity to investigate me.
What? Yu Cheng?
At the time, I assumed Guchuan had no success in his exhaustive research into the Grand Preceptor's case, which prompted him to leave Baijiao in despair. It was only after many years that I realized it was not the so-called truth that he sought. He had long since found the answers to those troubles you mentioned earlier. What he hoped I would do was something else entirely.
Flashback. Nope, not flashback.
I don't understand. Are you telling me you two knew all along that Blaze was the orphan from the case?
Orphan?
Your investigation should have already revealed that Guchuan and Yu Cheng knew each other. After taking the child away, Guchuan kept the secret of her whereabouts to himself for decades, but before he had met his untimely end, he confided in the only friend he had, Yu Cheng. After his death, Yu Cheng immediately began to search for her. However, he was unable to personally act as a deputy minister at the Judicial Review Office. He entrusted the task of performing discreet inquiries to me, far from the center of court politics, so as to not attract attention. By the time I found her in Victoria, she was already infected. I could not take her back to Baijiao right away. For the sake of protecting her, I had no choice but to place her in the care of a medical organization that treated the infected.
You were the one that sent Blaze to Rhodes Island? What? It's been... The conspiracy ran that deep for so long?
So it was you. You were already aligned at the time, I see. But you were also part of this plan from early on, Deputy Minister Lin? What do you mean? How was it you were able to find Blaze's trail? How were you able to come across those files pertaining to her past? Surely you didn't just attribute them to chance.
It wasn't her endless tenacity. Bro, they let her on. They brought her in, slowly, under the guise of her own autonomy.
Yu Cheng would not have told you these himself. The risk was too great. There could not have been a third person who knew all of this in all of Terra. But he was always searching for a suitable candidate, one with courage, one who stood for truth. He has long since been ready to give his life for this cause. I am happy to dirty my hands, doing what must be done in his stead. But it's not enough. We needed someone pure and innocent, one who could use honest means to lay bare the truth. It's nearly time. We still have one last opportunity. You still wish to bring the truth into the light of day, Deputy Minister Lin?
This is all a fucking setup for Lin's altar. 6 months from now. The Sui Saga. Ramping up. How will the reveal of the True Lungs regicide, the truth of the True Lungs regicide, affect the Sui sibling war? Where has Wang been in all of this? And was he the armored man that gave up Ning Yin to Mr. Ning?
Yu Cheng, that is the truth behind the Grand Preceptor case you
Oh wait, no. This is Ning Shu.
That is the truth behind the Grand Preceptor case you seek. Do you have any further questions? You've spoken at length, yet you've said nothing about your role in these events, Mr. Ning. Why did you send someone to kill the Minister of Justice, the beggar? Do you not already have the answer, Deputy Minister Yu? Was it not you who accused me years ago of having the minister murdered to stop him from investigating and save myself in the chaos? Need not be in such a hurry to discredit yourself. There was one question that perplexed me for a long time. Why did Gu Chuan stay at your house when he returned to Baijiao nearly a decade later? It was not until I saw that girl at your house did all the puzzle pieces fall into place. He narrowly escaped with his life, yet he still returned to Baijiao, not only to find the truth of what happened, but also to search for the daughter he left behind. It seems he did not tell you much. Yes, most of what follows is mere speculation. If I'm wrong, feel free to laugh in my face. I heard that after the Grand Preceptor's suicide, following the treason.
Okay. Hold up. Hold up. Blaze grew up in Victoria with a mother? Question mark? You know what? At this point, that doesn't really matter. Blaze and Ningyin are both daughters of the same blood. It doesn't really matter at this point. It's just tying up when she passed away. Orphan. That's what they meant about orphans. Because they didn't know that they... Well, Ningyin didn't know that she still had a father.
I heard that after the Grand Preceptor's suicide following the accusations of treason, the entire nation was in uproar and mandarins distanced themselves from her. Yet, one academy student dared to honor her in public.
The wifest guys of wife guys.
It was thus that he stumbled onto the Grand Preceptor's home, as the belongings within were being confiscated. In his hurry, all he could take away was a baby girl, just born into the family. As it so happened, his own daughter was recently born as well.
Wait. What? Wait. What? They're unrelated? Two babies from two different mothers. Ooh. Maybe the Grand Preceptor wasn't the wife guy's wife. He just deeply admired her for opening up education to all. Still kinda based. Okay. So the baby was already there from the Grand Preceptor's home.
Oh. At its wits end.
Words are hard.
At his wits' end, he tried to flee Baijiao with his wife and the two babies. As a scholar with no background, he didn't get far before an Imperial Guard captured him.
Oh! No! It's a switch up! Oh! The daughter he left behind. When they were ambushed at the start of the at the start of the story, the one who took the baby back, they tried to take Blaze back. Blaze was the actual daughter of the Grand Preceptor. However, the baby that was actually taken was Gu Chuan's. Oh. And Gu Chuan eventually became the father of Blaze, the adopted father of Blaze. Everything has finally lined up. They are sisters. Not in blood, but sisters in fate.
Perhaps out of compassion and wanting to keep the Grand Preceptor's bloodline going, the Imperial Guard spared the scholar and the Grand Preceptor's child, instead taking the scholar's daughter. I do not know what Gu Chuan was thinking at the time, but it was most likely he had no other choice. This child fell into the hands of the Minister of Justice, her bloodline obvious with a modicum of research, but as it turned out, how to handle this child of an outsider was a delicate conundrum indeed.
The switcheroo!
It was around this time that you, Mr. Ning, long dissatisfied with the minister's extreme methods, decided to take the ultimate risk: assassination. The Grand Preceptor's case implicated many, and it seemed fitting that the bloodstained Minister of Justice met his end through retribution. With the court's turmoil resolved, the True Lung allowed the blood-stained curtain to finally fall in this fashion. The only unresolved question left is that child. Based on how things are now, she was taken into your care. What this entailed is not hard to guess, but as for the why of it. If I recall correctly, Mr. Ning, you enjoyed the tutelage of the Grand Preceptor as well, correct?
You were also a student of the Grand Preceptor.
Oh, Yu Cheng, had you not been absorbed in judicial work or confined in this cell, I shudder to think what that meticulous mind of yours might have accomplished. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. You flatter me. I'm nothing more than a fool compared to Gu Chuan. It is simply because I have met far too many people in my capacity as Deputy Minister of the Judicial Review Office. The more one sees, the more one learns. Now that I think about it, the dish Gu Chuan offered to the True Lung at the Feast of 100 Delicacies wasn't merely an act of suicide. It was him reconciling with the truth.
The real brother that committed the regicide wasn't Wei Yen Wu, and it wasn't under the influence of Blaze's mom, the Grand Preceptor. He was basically saying to the current True Lung,
I know it was you. You're the one that killed the True Lung. Younger brother! Before he passed, he did not tell me the truth, but he did divulge the whereabouts of the Grand Preceptor's orphan. He must have hoped that once I found the truth for myself, I would also choose conciliation. Yet, I could not. All I could do was use my methods to find the people still left, the ones you care for, and force you to spit out the truth. All things considered, Mr. Ning, you are no villain. Perhaps just a coward. Hate me all you want. To see that child once more has always been a wish of mine. I will go and seek an audience with His Majesty.
finally!
You know everything. I only just found out. I still want to ask you.
This is awkward. Blaze had the father that she never had. Meanwhile, Blaze's mother was also the Grand Preceptor. And Gu Chuan, the Giga Chad, well, he's not a wife guy. Because he wasn't married to the Grand Preceptor. He was, although, probably father of the century. Father of the century, living 2 lives, taking care of two daughters across 2 countries to protect them, to investigate the truth. Father of the century.
I still want to ask you, how are you so calm about all this? It was a suspicion I hid away in my heart for many, many years. One I have finally found proof for. Like a thorn stuck in your palm, it may bleed a bit when you pluck it out, but you'll feel much better afterwards. Why? Why would you say something?
I don't know how it came to all this. Should I feel sad or angry right now? I don't know. All I know is that my mind's a mess and my heart feels like it's being stabbed. Who the hell am I supposed to set ablaze with this fire crawling up my throat?
Well, I have a question for you. Blaze, can you tell me about Ruchuan? My father. What sort of man was he?
He was an idiot, a nerd, and a liar. I hate lies. I've seen too damn many of them. Greedy lies, cowardly lies, sneaky lies.
Never one that demanded a lifetime of commitment. One that cost him his own daughter and himself, all to protect someone who had nothing to do with him. How could he be so stupid? It reminds me of a story I once read. There once was a guard who watched over the rest station by the river. One day he saw a flood coming from upstream. He wanted to run upstream and tell the people there to close the sluice gates, but he had only run halfway when he saw the river was rising too quickly. It was too late to close the gates, so he immediately decided to turn and warn the villagers downstream to flee. Back and forth he ran until he was consumed and swept away by the flood. He didn't manage to do anything or save anyone. Get to the point already. Would you say this man's deeds sound familiar?
Fine, I get it. Well, I don't really get all the details of your windy-ass story, but you're still talking shit about him, aren't you? He wasn't a bad guy, okay? He was just,
I know you got good reasons to blame him, duh, but if he was the one who threw you away, why would he spend so much time coming back to look for you?
He was watching over you.
I thought I would be the one consoling you, not the other way around. Blaze, you're infected, right?
Wait, when did you figure that out? Man, you're too clever by half.
Sorry, I didn't mean anything untowards. I was just thinking that it should really have been my fate to be.
The hell are you even talking about? What, you think you've done something wrong and deserve a worse fate? Please, my life is awesome. I got lots of buddies and I've found a dream of mine. If anything, you're the one who got it bad. Growing up all by yourself in that big old mansion, alone and miserable.
It almost sounds like you're roasting me.
I'm not.
But I understand. I understand what you mean. Oh, right. I still haven't asked you what your name actually is.
Zhu Huang. Gu Zhu Huang. It's the name Dad gave to me. Wow, I forget how long it's been since I last told someone my real name. Well, that's it. That's the last of my secrets.
A blazing candle to ward against the dark. Zhu for candle, Huang for blaze, and the family name Gu to ward you. It really does sound like a name he would pick. Blaze, would you say I've only really gotten to know you now after all this?
I guess so, yeah. Wait, no. I've still got lots to tell you and I need to bring you to Victoria to have a look around. My mom,
your birth mother.
You should probably go see her.
Oh. 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 Bringing it back. The wife guy of wife guys. Both of them made it out safely, and both of them took care of Blaze, while Father of the Century kept watch of their real daughter. Well, more or less, Blaze is also their real daughter now, but also kept watch of their other daughter,
In Yan, in Baijiao. She's still alive? Who said she was dead? She's still hale and hearty. She lives in a small town out in Western Victoria. Once everything's wrapped up here, I'll take you to her. She definitely wants to see you. Alright.
Shit, now you're gonna have me crying again.
But why are you crying? I'm not. But you're the one who's about to break to tears any second now. I'm just happy. I never thought I'd suddenly find myself a little sister after all these years.
Little sister? I think it's implied that that she was born before you, Blaze. They found her already born in the house. I don't know, whatever, dog. Does it really matter? They're both 40.
Who's ever heard of sisters like us? And besides, we don't know yet who's the little one.
Exactly. I've been through a lot today. Can't you let me have this one?
And there you were, consoling me.
Look, I just wanted to say, from now on, you're not alone anymore, okay? Were you just listening in the background?
Man, isn't that lovely.
Motherfucker, you're the limited featured character of this event. How have you not been this relevant this late into the game? Brother! Your brother is behind all of this somehow.
Out of the myriad flavors of this land, the taste of reunion is the sweetest of them all.
What about you and your siblings?
Really now, damn it, what am I tearing up for?
That's the last of my worries settled.
Oh, right, that judicial officer at the Forbidden City last night.
Leiji?
She was being held up by that Imperial Guard lady when she sent me flying out the city. What should we do now?
Break her out?
This isn't over quite yet. I need to go and finish off what I should have done in the first place. What are you planning to do?
Confront the True Long?
Demand an explanation, for everyone's sake.
We're gonna break back into the Forbidden Palace. "100 years it has been. He returns once again to where this game of Wakey started. Weichi. Wakey? Weichi. No fucking shot, he just walked into the door.
The board is covered in cobwebs and dust, a single black stone at the center. He extends his hand to brush away the grime.
Wang!
Where are you off to?
Got a meal to deliver.
You're going, then who's going to mind the restaurant?
This hour? It's past closing time.
Gonna open tomorrow?
That depends on my mood tomorrow. Hard to say right now.
Why do I get the feeling that you want to call it quits? Fine by me, but you still owe me 6 months of wages. Settle that and I'll let you go.
You're so money-minded. How about all those staff meals I cooked for you? They must be worth a few months of debt. Fine, fine. On the right of the stove in the kitchen, the third brick in the corner. The last of my spare cash is under that brick. Take it.
I've been with you for quite a few years now.
Yep, 15 whole years. You've stuck around the longest out of all our associates, candle holder. Means we already fated to be. Candle holder.
I kept reminding myself that I was a candle holder for the Sui regulator. I'm afraid I wouldn't have stayed that long.
No shot! He was there to keep watch of you. My mans was a government rat this entire time.
To be honest, it's been years since I reminded myself who I really am, too. Not like I was trying to remember or not, mind you. Whether as a man or a beast, I've found this life full of delightful flavors. Nothing to complain about.
As you keep not remembering. I fear if you do, you'll forget the taste of man. Your palate will grow dull and numb, and your cooking skills will go to waste.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too happy with that either. But if there's one thing I'll never forget, is that my troublemaking brothers and sisters still need to eat. Not to mention the one that's most trouble of all. Though considering how long it's been since we last saw each other, it's hard to say what he's like now.
You know the consequences of delivering this particular meal today, right?
Yeah, more or less. It's obvious, not keeping Conan by the stove. The Sui regulator's not going to be happy if we have a family reunion. Also, if a fight breaks out at such a delicate moment, you might not be seeing me tomorrow. I've made a lot of food and met a lot of people these past few years. My wish was for every customer who walks through those doors to have a tasty meal and a life with fewer regrets. The 4 flavors of the kitchen, the 4 emotions of the heart, sorrowful partings and joyful reunions, are not that much different. But just as fresh fins have their bones and mouses have no scent, the land is filled with regrets. Eat when you're hungry, sleep when you're tired, and when you miss your family, maybe it's as simple as going to them.
Are you really willing to let this go?
There are a lot of things I don't want to let go of, but I can't hold on to them forever either. Jiang, mind looking after the shop for me while I'm gone? You've been watching me cook for so long, you must have picked up something by now. If any customers come by, look after them for me, will you? Savors at Use. The House of Aftertaste. It ended up being a fitting name. The mortal realm really lingers on the tongue. Time to deliver a meal to Big Brother.
Captain, my report. The patrol battalion has dispatched all their men, and sweep searches are underway in 8 districts. Still no sign of the target.
It's been an entire day. Before day breaks, we must. Heard you were looking for me.
Who's there?
Who's there? Out of the way. What's this? Here to surrender? Good. You've saved me the effort of searching the entire city for you. I don't care if you want to take me in for what I did at the feast or who I am. Now's not the time for it. Wait. It really was Blaze that did that to the feast? I've got urgent business, so best you move it. Huh. I've never been this pissed before. If you really want to get in my way, then come and try me. Huh. What are you going to do? I'm here to deliver a bowl of longevity noodles to the true Lang. Peak. Cinema. Kino. Oh wait, okay, we're done with this. After operation, it is time. Time for the climax of the story. Longevity noodles. The quality of a bowl of longevity noodles is judged not by its taste, but in who made it and what blessings it contains.
Victoria's so close. It's snowing again. They should be wearing their winter garb now. She was like a little stove as a child, aflame with passion in her veins. The snow and wind won't faze her. Ajao winters are never this cold. He said the first volume should be done when spring comes. That's good. At life's end, I find no worries left to bear.
Man takes off his Mandarin garb, folds it carefully, and places it down next to the books he used to carry, before bowing 3 times to the east. He walks out of the camp. Your flames are indeed hotter now. Your arts are greatly burdening your body, infected. Scared of the heat? Huh, it's just my blood. Though I know I'm standing here only because so many others have shed their own blood. Seems like you already know a lot. Not much at all. But there's just one thing I need to know. Those who had their names erased, those who died dubious deaths, they need an explanation, an answer. To be honest, I didn't think my life would be such a complicated backstory, or that I'd fight for something other than the infected. Now I realize that injustice is the same for everyone. I will spill my blood to end every injustice I encounter. Burning ablaze with your blood, infected, you resemble the righteous of old. But don't rush to conclusions about justice when a single leaf blocks your view of the entire forest. In any case, I have been ordered to bring you back, and you absolutely cannot be let free. I know, I've met your type before plenty of times. I guess I can't paint you all as bad guys. You've just been trained to shed blood, no blood or tears. So you stop caring about anyone else's. Whatever, I won't argue. You sure can try to stop me, though. You are the enemy, but your courage deserves praise. Careful now, I'll spare your life, but I can't guarantee you won't lose a limb or two. Zhongguan, Bailei, Zhengfa, cleave! What? Is that Leishi?
Leishi!
It's you! I know you have a lot of questions, but there's only one pressing matter at hand. You wanted to see the true Lung, yes? I'm here to help. Lin Qingyan? You should be behind bars. Yet I stand here before you now. You've already lost to me once. This time, neither of you will escape. Don't worry, I have no plans to fight you alone.
Yes!
I know I asked to tag along, but this opponent, it'll be hard to handle. An accomplice, even. So you were the one who freed her from prison. I had to employ some crude measures, but I tried my best to avoid harming any innocents. Oh, don't worry about settling the score. I have too many crimes I can't escape from, and this is just one more. When this matter is over, I will surrender myself to the law. But now there is something to be done, and a meeting to be had. Discipline and Supervision Censor colluding with a Judicial Review Office Deputy Minister in revolt. Such a preposterous scene is a first for me. If this is preposterous enough, then allow me to inconsequently join the fray as well. Who is it? You... Uncle?
I trust you've been well, Drill Master.
Uncle Taihi? Taihi? Were you not gravely wounded at Human?
Yes, my injuries were quite serious. I'm unsure if my skills are even 1/3 as powerful as they may be. Which is why I hope there will be no cause for me to take any moves today.
Why would you even participate in this?
I have yet to grasp the full picture as to why Deputy Minister Lin has suddenly appeared here, but the two of you are my most respected colleagues, so I can only ask, as an old friend, that you two leave some space for negotiation.
How can you expect me to turn a blind eye when you lot insist on doing such a traitorous act? Uncle Taihi is on our side?
Loyalty over righteousness, but whoever said you could only choose from one of the two?
Righteousness. You're familiar with the case, and the two individuals involved in it stand here before you now. Right or wrong, life or death, the choice is yours. But Shifu, this matter came to be from complicated causes. How can and what is good or evil be determined so easily? The blade is in your hand, make your choice. Shifu, you hesitate still.
Chifu, if righteousness can only be upheld with the edge of my blade, then what sets it apart from violence? I don't understand.
Stop dallying and go inside. Don't even think about...
Too late.
Signal to lower the Forbidden City's defenses? Could it be His Imperial Majesty?
We're being invited in. No shot, wait.
You can see the Forbidden City from here.
You're back in human.
It was still spring when I last set foot in the tower. Much has happened within the last 6 months. Chill has come. The wind atop the city walls is strong. Do take care of yourself, Grand Shooter. I imagine only a few from the court have seen Bai Chao from this angle. Even from great heights, where the view stretches far, one's sight will sometimes be obscured by clouds. All the more reason that one should see and think before one acts. Do you know why I asked you to come to become advisor of human? My thoughts were that you wanted me to broaden my horizons and see the big picture. An opportunity, but also a test. A test for what exactly? To see if I'm worthy. So you know why I've summoned you here today. Yes, Grand Shooter. You're disappointed in me. An excuse or genuine emotion. I understand what I did during the Feast of 100 Delicacies was a terrible idea. There was no other way.
What? What?
Suspending the feast will prevent the Grand Commandant from acting in drastic haste, and also allow the True Lung an opportunity.
You set fire to the place? Since when did you have spooky dragon fire powers?
Since your involvement in this slew of disputes, thrice have you been forced to make a choice. Each time you cast the riskiest die. You place your friends and even yourself onto the chessboard. Have you never once felt hesitation? I dare not claim it never crossed my mind, but I've always considered the choice most beneficial for all. Capable plotter, the same cannot be said for your decision making. My plan was to select a young talent, ambitious, not greedy, resourceful, but selfless. Give them many chances to hone themselves. When the chance arose, I would entrust them with significant responsibilities. I thought you were a suitable candidate, but it does not often end well when a chess player uses himself as a piece on the chessboard. You remind me of a colleague who's no longer with us.
Bro. Don't remind us, man.
I am humbled. Yang Shun, given another chance, would you willingly leave Shangshu? When I started my studies, I was determined to apply my life's learning to the benefit of the people, regardless of whatever position I had gotten from mere chance. My original ambition remains. I hold no regrets over the choices I made. Huh. The incident at the Feast of 100 Delicacies cannot go unpunished. I will submit myself to the law. The Sky Mirror Pavilion's archive is lacking a transcriber. You will begin your duties there tomorrow morning. You have my gratitude, Grand Shooter. What is this? The time has come.
Wait. War? The clouds concentrate, completely obscuring the moonlight.
Have you met this one before?
Wang is here. He's here to see his younger brother for a little delivery.
Never. Who exactly is the opponent he seeks on this Weiqi board? There are times when one seeks not an opponent to win against on the board, but a solution. A solution beneficial to both parties amid countless changes to the situation. There is something I wish to consult you on. What made you set up the exam in the first place? Shop's not closed yet, is it?
You've come at the right time. I'll close right after I'm done with the order. It's late, so we don't have much left. What would you like?
Anything to fill up my stomach on the road will do.
We happen to have a half steamer of meat buns here from the morning. You could have it for free.
Would you be making a loss like this?
I only know how to cook, not so good at business stuff.
Why not earn a name and riches with skills like yours?
What for? Both nobles and peasants eat the same 3 meals a day. I might as well make more buns than money or fame.
If you don't mind another question, how much does a meal normally cost here?
Not much at all. The usual soup and 2 dishes just cost a few coins. Anyone who works here in Baijiao can eat their fill here.
I see you have a kind heart, compassion for others.
Stop it. I'm just a chef who serves about 100 customers a day at most. I can only count on you to feed and clothe everyone else in this realm.
Free meal, a lesson to boot. Lucky me.
I just hope you don't get mad at me. I just like aimlessly chatting with customers about everything under the sun.
Your restaurant has been here for a long time, if I'm not wrong. How are your finances?
Yeah, now that's a headache. You see, this little store of mine can barely make even. It's all thanks to the abundant crops from Nahuang and the fast deliveries from the Qidao that I can even keep my store running. Otherwise, I'll have to raise prices.
Are you sure you're not trying to give credit to your siblings?
But it doesn't stop here. My customers all live nearby. Some don't have enough coins, so they make up for it by sending me a few boxes of fresh fruit or helping me repair the furniture. Without their care, this restaurant wouldn't be running today. So you see, it's hard to balance a book like this. This is how you do business, right? Who says one side is a profit all the time? You give and you take. It's mutual prosperity that brings wealth and keeps the businesses thriving.
That sounds like woke communism to me, brother. Why are they putting woke politics in my Arknights? This is just a waifu game. That's the sin of empathy, brother.
Your meat bun's already ready and packed, Grand Shooter. But why don't you try one now?
Not bad at all. A word of advice. Don't take any more lessons from your businessman brother.
Oh, right. I don't trust him. He's together with bigger brother.
Were you able to get a meal, sir?
Coachman.
Yes, I've heard the buns from this place are the best in Baijiao. Try one yourself. Oh wow, it's delicious. Alright, ready to get back on the road. Where to? Shangshu.
How do I get there again? Who is this? The 7 streets and 5 lanes in the east of the city. I remember having to pass a dye workshop and a kiln first. My head hurts. It's been so many years. I wonder what changes. Oh, this calligraphy and painting store still here. Surely their store sign can nearly be considered a historical relic. I can come back again for a stroll. Who knows? I might just find it. On second thought, I probably couldn't if I tried. Who is this? Phew. Almost there. This ancient temple hasn't changed at all. No one's been here in years, but it hasn't been torn down either. Guess who is feeling nostalgic for it? Lock's already open. Oh, you're back.
Which one of them is it? Which one of the siblings is it? Meanwhile, at the royal palace.
Why should anyone be born destined to bear all this? I remember when father was alive, he stood atop the palace tower, my brother beside him. Wei Yanwu? Father often said this, water can carry a boat, but also sink it. Likewise, this great height where we stand can also be the start of a plunge into the abyss. He used to watch the city before him for long periods of time, or perhaps it was a vast territory in the distance. He watched both what he could and could not see. Before my eyes, the city flourished, while his body gradually bent into an arc and his hair turned white as snow. And I knew he was old. Then I began hearing all sorts of voices. The True Lung is an authoritarian dictator who has imposed many harsh policies. Great Yan will be in trouble if this continues for long. Your Highness, please put the country first and admonish the True Lung. Abolish his harmful policies. Bring a new start to this realm. The people are uneasy. No. No! I thought you were staying in Lungmen, my guy! Wei Yanwu has returned! The people are uneasy. I should do something. But what should I do? Who can I trust? I thought of someone. A person who is rumored to have fathomed every plan possible. Me? You're talking about me? The doctor? That ancient temple had been long deserted, but I tried everything I could and located a black stone. What do you want? A solution for Yan and my elder brother. And why should I help you? Help me now, and in time, I will spare your life. How amusing. You are bold, young Lung. Solution is not difficult. It comes with a price. Are you willing to pay that price? Fumizuki, you could not have let your man come back here all alone. I thought you were handling this together. With the Grand Preceptor's help, Brother ended up entering the Forbidden City with Qishao in hand. The 6 armies conceded. No one dared stop him. No one knows what exactly happened inside the Forbidden City then. Father died. Brother vanished. Why? Am I to be alone now? What is the meaning of this bowl of noodles? Wait, which True Lung is this? Oh! It's Blaze speaking with the True Lung. I made some longevity noodles just for you. Aren't you going to try it? Why? Because today's your birthday, right? Hello Square told me the True Lung's birthday is the day after the Mid-Autumn Festival. He celebrates his birthday together with the festival out of humility. I know a little something about hiding your birthday myself. I just thought it was so sad for a man of such high status to not get to decide when to celebrate his own birthday. You. I know you. Making your way here despite the odds, the risks, even the possibility of losing your life. You must have something to say to me. Of course. To think that my life is so closely connected to someone I haven't even met before. That feeling is just so surreal. So I had to come and meet you. I was planning to offer this to you yesterday during the feast, but a whole bunch of things messed up my plan. Now's a good time as any though. I know it's Yanni's custom to discuss important matters over a meal. So dig in. When you're done, I have a load of questions to ask. And I want answers. There's so much dust on the table, I almost ate some by accident. Oh wait, no, this is you? Wait, what? You? Meanwhile, Wang, older brother, having a little reunion with you. You. It's me. What's with the attitude? Not happy to see me?
It's youngest brother and second oldest.
I didn't think you would be the last one to get in my way.
Get in your way? What for? I've got better things to do. I just want my worrisome brother who hasn't been home in a long time to have a proper meal. After a century, the first thing you do is return to this rundown temple. You feel like you haven't been locked up enough in here, or do you actually like it in here?
I started this round of Weichi here. Likewise, I will end it in this temple.
Alright, but first, clear up the table. There's no space for a bowl.
Why?
To eat, of course. What else?
You know what I'm planning to do.
Whatever it is, you shouldn't do it on an empty stomach.
Peak, cinema, kino. 2 dinners happening in one night.
It should have been a quiet night. The faint rustling of armor echoes from far, evoking the image of cold blades glinting silver under the moon. The crisp cries of startled foul beasts only deepen the temple's solitude.
Okay. So it seems like Wei Yanwu did not return to Baijiao. Thank fuck Fumizuki kept him in Lungmen. Those outside remain still, awaiting orders and waiting for the one inside to come up with an answer.
What a show you've put on, with so many people for just one meal. Moons on the 15th are fullest on the 16th, as they say, so we could still have a reunion dinner today even if we missed our chance yesterday. There's no need to rush. Why not finish your meal before you go? Wang, my second eldest brother? Is your Imperial Majesty surprised to see a woman who shouldn't exist?
No. I looked for you for a long time. I just didn't think you'd be taken so far away, hidden so deep.
I only found out yesterday I'm still alive because of a heavy price that someone paid for me. I'm afraid the story will be hard to imagine for your Imperial Majesty. But you know, I made it here without much trouble. It must have been your doing. She was invited in here. So, you probably have something to tell me too, right?
Your very appearance here is itself the answer I seek. I know you have many questions. Ask them. Whatever questions I shall permit them.
That's so. I thought my mere presence would have angered you. To be honest, you're quite different from what I expected. I thought the True Lung would be like the rumors said, imposing, indifferent, impersonal.
How rude. You know well to whom you speak at this very moment.
To be honest, not really. I mean, 2 weeks ago you were still just someone from the stories. When I was little, my dad told me lots of Yanese stories. Historical classics, myths, and legends, but no matter what, he always spoke of a wise, strong emperor. Emperor who toiled for his people. He had to make major decisions for the whole nation. Every decree issued was in the name of absolute justice. Great Yan thrived under his governance. Sometimes I'd ask him why not go back if he liked it so much. I was curious what this Yan he always talked about was actually like. After all that curiosity, I got to tour Baijiao these past few days. I saw the flourishing nomadic city where most work and live in peace and contentment. So I figured his stories were true and you're probably a good ruler. Probably.
Your father.
You probably don't remember him. He was just a nameless nobody to you. My guess is, even the dish that offended you a decade ago isn't worth remembering. He wasn't actually my real father even, just acted out of his so-called morals and saved the baby he thought was innocent. So I think he was probably a good man too.
Oh, Chuan. I remember it all.
Actually, my dad talked about another Yanese too, someone who was a teacher to many. He said that she devoted herself to the country to better everyone's lives, giving many scholars from humble backgrounds like him a chance to study. After I arrived in Baijiao, I heard a lot of stories and found out she wasn't someone from a fairy tale. Yan did indeed have someone like her. I found out she was actually my relative. Your Imperial Majesty, could you tell me her story?
She was one of the 3 Grand Ministers, admired by all, stern and unyielding, a timeless role model, the Grand Preceptor. She was the wisest and most learned erudite in Yan. Most imperial decrees issued in court at the time were based on her judgments.
Wei Yan who got lost along the way? Good.
She was a teacher to many, including me.
A teacher to many. My dad said that although he was only her student for a few days, he was fortunate to have benefited from her wise words and remained forever in debt to them. It's an ancient Yanese saying. I can't recall it exactly, but it basically means everyone has their own standards of right and wrong, so there's no universal definition. But despite this, people should still follow what's right in their hearts.
In worldly turmoil we tread, in our own conscience we trust. I remembered. She said it to me as well.
Which brings me to my next question. As your teacher, what did she teach you?
How to conduct myself as a person, as a minister, as a ruler.
Sounds complicated. What are the differences between the 3?
As a person, to exercise decency and virtue, keep the house in order. As a minister, demonstrate utmost loyalty and concern to the nation and people. As a ruler, always put people before yourself and strive to govern wisely. Make decisions for the sake of the realm. My words weigh heavily and can never be rescinded.
Can I understand that as you have all the power in your position, but you lose the right to admit any mistakes? True Long of Yan, I want to ask you this. How did such a good person turn into a scheming traitor in everyone's eyes? Do you think she was falsely accused?
Here we go. Time for the bombshell. What really happened?
No.
What?
No. This is wrong. Was she falsely accused? It was not the answer, but a solution. Sacrifice the life of one, so that the entire nation can be stabilized, and its people pacified.
True Long, how do the noodles taste?
Why?
I hear it's hard to get even good food down when you're feeling bad over something. Do you have regrets?
Meanwhile, in Human,
Huff huff.
I heard you were here. Grand Shooter. I have an urgent matter to report. Drula.
I've just consolidated survey data from the Farron Mythologist who just returned from outside Yan. In the northeast, north, west of Yan, a total of 5 Farronmits have shown signs of awakening.
Oh shit.
Currently, this behavior cannot be explained by pure coincidence. Although it is currently unknown how this relates to the convict's plot, if we start a war against the bestial Sui now, I fear the situation may spiral out of control.
The fuck you mean 5 other Farronmits? Not including the they-them Farronmit? So what, that's like 7? 7 that we know of now? All threatening Yan?
You don't seem surprised at all. Was this within your calculations as well?
He has been scheming for a century. This is but one of his plots. After all he has done, it cannot be mere mutual destruction he seeks.
But he's in Baijiao right now, only 1 step away from the tomb of Sui. If he adamantly presses on.
If he does, then Yan will not hesitate either.
Was the capital like this also? 120 years ago. The convict has snuck into the tomb of the Sui in a futile attempt to eliminate it by himself. This resulted in the death of a proxy, and the bestial Sui began to stir.
That's how she died? in their attempt to eliminate the bestial Sui. Wait.
I looked through the Sui regulator archives. I've never managed to figure out how he entered the mausoleum in the first place.
Unless it was an inside job.
Just who helped him enter the tomb of Sui?
Was it the True Lung? Was it the Grand Shooter? Was it Mr. No. This is way too out of Mr. Ning's league now.
Why haven't you touched your chopsticks? Don't you feel like eating?
Worthless move. A waste of time.
Big Brother Wang with the white and black arms. Yin and Yang.
I know you're in a hurry, but I'm sure you could squeeze a meal in at least.
Gee, oh my god. Are you? Sheesh!
I didn't even complain about that time it took to make all these.
You truly is the Zoomer of the Suis.
You know how long I spent preparing this pot of soup?
Tell me.
If we start counting from the moment you left, about a century. Even longer if I include the time I spent sourcing ingredients and figuring out what to cook.
That long? This is one of those forever stews?
Have you found the flavor you were searching for? After all this time spent in preparation.
No, I haven't. How could it be that easy? But I came to understand something. There is no perfect dish in this realm. No matter how long I let this pot of soup stew, there's no way I could include every single flavor there is in it. It's just one dish. Even a banquet spread of myriad delicacies will leave some unsatisfied. So what? People will always think about what to eat for their next meal. Saving what they didn't get for the next time is what gives life hope. What keeps life going. I remember a phrase Chie, my third eldest sister, taught me. What is truly complete becomes incomplete. That should be the shorter version of what I just said, right?
Jie! The sister who died.
Water fills, then spills, moons wax, then wane. Wang, do you still remember what Jia meant when she gave you your true name in one lone word?
You came here to convince me.
With all I've said, am I not also convincing myself? I walked out of that tomb. I couldn't tell the difference between how a human should live compared to a beast. I watched the people around me, both nobles and peasants alike. No matter the time or age, the people in this realm are mostly unhappy, miserable. Yet this land is flooded with suffering. Mortality is inevitable, meetings are fickle, requests go unfulfilled, and love will leave one day. What happiness and joy there is seems to be minuscule in comparison. Humans seek happiness and satisfaction, but there are no gods from legends with remarkable powers. Most times they find themselves helpless, powerless. My curiosity continued. What's the point of living when there's so much hardship everywhere? Only after a long time did I discover there is no happiness without sadness. How can one feel the joy of birth without knowing the grief of death? How can one rejoice over a meeting without experiencing the reluctance of separation? I finally realized every taste in this realm begins from the flavor known as regret.
The man silently picks up the chopsticks and slowly uses them to put the food into his mouth. The warmth spreads from the tip of his tongue to the rest of his body. He cannot help but feel a little moved.
Wang, do you still remember? You just returned from the northern border with your troops. I heard you were just back fresh from a fierce battle. I just opened my restaurant in Baijiao then. Jie was also in town for some errands, so the three of us enjoyed a rare dinner together. I still remember Jie made an exception and drank several cups of wine. She imitated our eldest sister's drunken posture, writing poems on the wall. I never saw you so happy before. It wasn't until midnight that the dinner started. I was so tired I fell asleep at the table. Next day I woke in bed, the two of you nowhere to be seen. I was happy. It was the first time you had a meal with us. I didn't think it would be the last. After that, we never met up again. Neither you nor Jie.
What exactly do you mean to say?
At first, I didn't understand why humans insisted on having meals together. Afterwards, I slowly realized a will to eat well also means a will to live well. People who eat together can also help each other and live on together. It's hard, but I've always been hoping to eat together as a family again. I've imagined many times of how my big brothers and sisters would come back to Baijiao one day. Maybe Nyan and Dusk would squabble on one side of the table. Shu would bring back some fresh greens while Ji would show off some mysterious treasures he'd gotten from who knows where. Maybe you're sitting together with our eldest brother and sister talking about the view from a frontier fortress I've never been, and the strange stories that happened over there. I know our eldest brother is busy with official duties, and our eldest sister seems to be freewheeling. Classic. But they're always thinking about their younger siblings, same as you. I remember all your favorite flavors. I racked my brain thinking about what dishes to make for our feast. Even if I knew deep down that they might just never come. But I still keep on hoping, because this is what keeps me from feeling hollow inside. It's what keeps my life going.
You know well it's an impossibility. Harboring these unrealistic ideals will only increase your burden.
I know, but deep inside I can't just stop thinking about it. It's just human nature to do that. To be honest, I miss Gia pretty deeply too. When she vanished, I spent every day thinking about her. I would think about her when I woke up, when I prepared meals. I'd remember how she taught me to read and write, how she'd taste my cooking, and every time I would cry. That was when I learned how eternal separation tastes to humans. Of course, I know you feel the same. So the regret and pain inside you can sympathize too.
Sympathize? How exactly do you plan on sympathizing with what I've gone through?
You forget, we are all I. I know you hate the Sui regulator watch Jie die. You hate our eldest brother because he stopped you from taking revenge. You even hated Jie, resented her for paying the price on your behalf. But the one you hate the most is yourself. I know you, Wang. You're off to do something you have to do, and there's no way I could convince you to give it up. I just want to say you don't need to go in there ready to die. I can't bear to lose any of you. She already gave you a brocade. Shu gave you seeds. The only thing I can give you is a bowl of soup.
What is this?
It's a power. I've never used it before. I combined it with everything I've seen and experienced over 100 years outside the tomb to make this bowl of soup. Just take it as a helping from you to you. Wang, my brother, I really want you to come back safe. The haggard-looking man is silent for a time. He raises his hand as if wanting to wipe the tears off the young man's face, but ultimately, his arm drops back down feebly.
I didn't want you to get involved in this. You especially. You've forgotten who you are. Forgotten the difference between man and beast. Even forgotten the answer you sought, which is fine. You could have just lived on as you were. So why? Why did you remember and come here?
It's fine if I forget who I am. But if I can never forget the flavors deep inside, the feelings for the people I care about.
You have all dwelled in the mortal realm for too long, resemble humans too much. But in the end, it is a mere resemble. I will help all of you.
Uh-oh.
I will help all of you smash these fetters open. I will help all of you find a place on this land. I will help all of you become human.
Brother? The man puts down his chopsticks and bowl. He stands up and walks outside. Just to check, are we before or after? We are after. It was only later that I realized the price he spoke of truly meant. It was a consequence I had never imagined before, even though my elder brother with the Grand Preceptor had long since foreseen this outcome. Wait! Wait! Who is this? Which lung is this? Is this the true lung or is this Wei Yen Wu?
It is a consequence I never imagined before, even though my elder brother with the Grand Preceptor have long foreseen this outcome, or perhaps it was a way out of it. Riddling a guilty Grand Preceptor and leaving a legitimate and innocent prince to succeed the throne was the best result Yan could have. Also the choice they expected to make.
So he really did do it. It was Wei Yen Wu that killed the true lung. It wasn't... He wasn't framed? It was him all along.
Which I did. But what for? Is this the only way? Through a path paved with lies? Or is this fear? Am I afraid of making a misstep and stirring unrest in the state? Afraid that history will inscribe my name with infamy for eternity? Is this resentment? Do I resent her for causing me to lose all I had? Resent him for not staying behind to face all this together? Or do I resent myself for not doing more? Why am I feeling like this? How long have I not tasted such flavors?
Wait, no, this is Wang. Wait. Who is this? I'm assuming it's Wang.
You know well it was a critical time. The true lung had just died from an unknown cause. The court was in panic, and the powerful foes were just waiting outside. If the situation hadn't been stabilized in time, the bloodshed would have been more than 1,000-fold greater. No, you don't understand. How could you?
It's true, I don't. All these considerations you've mentioned are leagues away from me. I couldn't even begin to imagine what it feels like being responsible for the fate of so many people. The most noble sacrifice I've seen was just a few idiots who shed all their blood on the battlefield for their ideals. Bro, why you have to call back to Ace and Scout? But Your Imperial Majesty, you definitely know it's a lie, convincing the masses with this explanation. A lie that happened just because the people would not allow the true lung to make a mistake. The Yan under your rule has had so much land, so vast it can accommodate 100 nomadic cities, millions of people. So why couldn't it hold one kind-hearted person? Don't you feel any remorse for her?
What choice should I make? What choices did I even have?
They framed Blaze's mother just to keep up the image. To protect Yan. She was the fall guy in all this.
How do I explain these principles to the one before me? No, why should I even tell her? Why did I meet her? What did I want to hear from her?
Well, I get it. It's not a choice you'd make alone when considering the so-called big picture. Truth is not always power, when public opinion can triumph. Everyone sees and believes in different things. The so-called truth only holds true to whoever claims it first. My dad spent his whole life trying to find out the truth. but he chose to accept this. That's why he gave you his dish at the feast. It's not because he forgave you. He just agreed the result you and that Grand Preceptor wanted to achieve together.
The occupant of
The occupant of the Dragon Throne puts down his chopsticks, and the light faint sigh echoes throughout the great halls.
How do you want me to compensate for this?
Compensate? Nah, that's impossible. I know to you and Yan, the reputation of one or the fates of a few are not even worth mentioning. But for those unfortunate souls swept away by your grand plan, their suffering can't be undone.
Then, how do you want?
Yeah, well, I was thinking about it before I came here. What kind of outcome do I even want? An apology from you? Clear their names? Is that enough comfort to those who are gone? Does it even mean anything to those left behind? I even consider the worst outcome of our meeting. A ball of flames ignites and extinguishes within Blaze's palm, illuminating the palace for just a moment. I just want you to promise me one thing. Do not forget them.
I said before, there's no need to wait on me here.
Okay, you were an Imperial Guard. I thought you were the actual True Lung. It was just your mask.
Your Imperial Majesty's safety is paramount, so I beg your pardon for our defiance against your rule. The traitor's descendant wantonly barged into the Forbidden City. It was a merciful act to grant her an audience.
Brother, did you not listen? Did you not listen that the so-called traitor was just a fall guy for the grander plans of taking over from the corrupt True Lung?
Shall we charge her on grounds of deceiving your majesty?
You fuckers are dense as hell. Pay attention, dog.
No. News from the Sui regulator. The convict has returned to the ancient temple. Both Tianxi's and Imperial Guardsmen are already in position. Human is already ready for battle. Shall we give the order to slay him at once? Pass on my decree.
And thus, the war starts. We're fucking at the we're fucking finally at the climax of the Sui saga. Ish. We still have 2 Sui siblings that are to be released, which means not just yet. Not just yet. We still got 2 more years. Brother, we're at the climax and we still got 2 more years worth of story. Leiji. You. Good to see you alive. What happened to you? Your face is all black and blue. Got your ass whooped. You're the one to talk. I can feel your hand trembling. Are you scared? Yeah, I'm scared. That's the True Lung after all. The king, the boss of the whole country. Just one word from him and many heads will roll. I'm not scared of dying. I've been on the battlefield after all. I've just been in shit more dire than this. I'm just scared that my meeting with the True Lung would be fruitless, wasting the opportunity everyone fought so hard for. You idiot. Well, tell me quick, what did you talk about with the True Lung? I asked him for an explanation for my dad, my younger sister, the relative I'd never met. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I'm sure he felt. What's wrong? It's snowing. It's snowing? To were in such a hurry, they only noticed now the surrounding air has gradually gotten colder. The energy poles scattered throughout the city gradually power down. It is mid-autumn. The temperature plummets as if it's winter. In contrast to the dimming city lights, the twin moons shine ever brighter. Snow starts to fall.
Time's almost up. We should go, Deputy Minister Yu.
Put it on me.
But, Deputy Minister Yu, we're all aware of the man you are, so why not?
All criminals should walk with a kanjue and chains. Even suspects should be clapped in irons. This is how you conduct yourself as warden. Put it on me!
As you say, forgive my dereliction of duty.
Go slow. Let us savor the moonlight.
A snowflake floats through the window, landing on the prisoner's face.
What the? Weather like this in the middle of autumn? And we even have snowflakes.
Chuan, I've done what I promised you, brother.
Ning Yin is back in the study. She takes out a pen and paper along with an incomplete history book manuscript. The story of the past, the hidden names. She knows them now and should be able to finish the final chapter. Yet she hesitates, her pen still. A gust of wind flings the window open and shuts the book. A single snowflake lands on her draft, making the first stroke.
What? It's snowing. Please.
Are we the only one not privy to what the fuck the snow means?
Is your shopkeeper still not here? He's really not here this time. It's fine. I guess I'm bound to never meet him. I vowed to show everyone a feast of 100 delicacies never before seen. But it turned out to be a joke in the end. I'm a joke myself as well. I'm ready to let go. Be it Ding Lang Fu, Ding Feng Lu, or my culinary skills.
Chef Mo, he told me to give it to you when you showed up looking for him.
He knew I would come.
Jiang brings out an empty bowl, where a wooden plate lies within. Carved on it, in firm, strong strokes, are 4 Yanese characters. Tian, Sha, Di, Yi. First under heaven.
I was told this tidal weighs heavy, but it cannot feed the hungry. He also said that while culinary skills can be compared, hunger treats kings and paupers alike. And that it didn't matter if there would be future chefs or just common cooks among the people on that snowy night. He would have made that pot of noodles for them anyway.
He's confirming with him.
The old man is struck dumb, and then immediately bursts into hearty laughter. Snow buffets his face. He's not felt this awake or elated for a long time.
Uh-oh, everyone's here to greet bigger brother.
Huh. Heed the true lung's decree. Mobilize 7/10 of the city's energy to open the tomb of the Sui.
Huh?
Yes. The Friendos are also citizens of Yan, no different than humans. And if my citizen has an injustice to appeal, I will grant him permission. Should he succeed, he would render Yan a meritorious service by ridding this 1,000-year concern once and for all. If he fails and the bestial Sui awakens, then he shall have the full might of Yan behind him. Together, we shall slay the beast until the threat is no more.
The plot twist! The plot twist!
Your Imperial Majesty, do you intend to pardon the convict? Yes. There are many more I should pardon. I pardoned the convict Fairmont Wang for the crimes of manipulating the court, deceiving the Emperor. I pardon the Grand Preceptor for the crimes of false counsel, self-deprecation, and treason. I pardon the deposed Imperial heir Yan Wu for the crimes of dereliction of duty, abandoning his brother, failing to uphold righteousness.
Bro did nothing and got away with it.
He ignored the invitation, stayed in Longmen with his bad bitch of a wife, ready to meet whatever comes from the Imperial Guard, and bro won without doing anything. He just stayed in Longmen, chilled out, and it all fell into place for him. Is this leading to the Sui Garden ID?
As for myself, failing to discern right from wrong, bringing injustice upon good, failing to prevent the war, leading to deaths of many, I'm so heinous a pardon is impossible. Though unworthy of the throne I occupy, I must do what I can. I will ensure Yan's fate belongs solely to its people. I will settle the debt to this nation in full. When that day comes, I will await judgment for my crimes. Yan Wu, it will be time for you to return.
The fuck? Bro is like, when all said and done, after this war ends, I'm atoning for my sins, and my brother better be there to take on the throne. Isn't he still on his way? Someone's gotta watch the chair. The night sky remains clear. Only a few thin clouds float above. The twin moons unobstructed. The wind delivers a chill at a perfect temperature. Passers-by stop in their tracks to watch the inexplicable sight. So much snow. What's going on here? Bai Zhao's energy pulse are reducing their power. It seems the energy is being redirected somewhere. The city has not seen snow for many years. I see. Blaze recalls when she entered the city, her eyes were drawn to these innumerable energy poles that seemed to never dim. She remembers what Qingzhu had told her, Bai Zhao's magnificent founding history. The city, this vast nation, history, and time, they have never stopped for anyone. Until now. Is this what the Imperial Palace looks like? The Forbidden City is a fucking skyscraper? No wonder they meant Blaze fell from a great height from the Forbidden Palace. Lin, doesn't snow that falls out of season carry special meaning in Yanni's stories? What are you trying to imply? The truth is now revealed with white. Heaven sends snow to finally right a long-standing injustice. The typical snow in a summer story. Maybe, or something else. Those who are gone, what they leave behind will eventually disappear, just like the snow here. You. I know. I hope this snow will last a while longer. Fully armored soldiers line up both sides of the path, spanning across the entire city. The man drags himself through a long black corridor. With every step he takes, he feels that ancient, enormous existence responding to his visitation. The bestial Sui. The other half of the Sui that remains. A feral Faranet. Angry roar, a hoarse howl. Ling! Ah, finally, we got the other Suis.
Ooh. Wow, my head. This doesn't feel like the usual hangover from Husong wine I had last night. Alas, I see. It awakens from its farcical dream and inevitability. Fine, let's go have a look after this cup. Let's see what scenes await at the end of this millennium-long dream.
The poet looks into the distance. Clouds screen the sun, the realm obscured. Meanwhile, there are also 5 other Pharamids aside from the Suis, just waiting at the border. Meanwhile, back at Dahuang,
Who was it? Professional work should be left to actual pros. Who the heck messed with my adjustments? Zip it, I've been here the entire time. No one's come. I snuck out for 2 rounds of mahjong with the Nongyetan cheese next door. How did the heart get hypertension again? You still not get it?
that this is the contraption that they built during the Dahuang arc. It's the MacGuffin that they need to face the bestial Sui.
I'm afraid they've arrived. Arrived? Those old fellows at Baijiao let him go in that easily. Did you forget? A century ago, he walked into the tomb the exact same way. Afterwards, Jia vanished. We still don't know what even happened.
It was an inside job. It was the Trulong that initially let Wang in hundreds of years ago. 100 years ago.
This time. Dusk, you scared? Yes, I am. This is it. Only someone without a heart or brain wouldn't be afraid. I have no intention to just vanish. Ooh, it's rare we agree on something. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry before those old bones realize what we're up to. You want to? How things are, there's no way we're just going to sit here and wait to die. The Sui regulator is the least of our concerns right now. Let's go back home and hold a real family reunion.
Thank fuck, dog. Bro, we're at the climax of this entire story. This story's gone on for 4 years.
So it's you. I heard your voice. It's been a long time. I know you're in a bad mood. I can feel it too. I mean, I spent the longest time in the tomb after all. I probably know you better than the others. Strange. We're all I, so what's the point of going into this one side must perish situation? There's no explaining it, so I can only reluctantly accept it. You're strong, but I don't think we will lose to you. We've slept for 1,000 years after all, while we've spent the time living real lives. So how can we lose, right? I can't use the power I took from you, so take it back. Consider it a farewell from me. There's no avoiding this outcome, so we might as well treat it as salvation. Sleep.
A stove of fire is lit. It is a warm flame, harboring life and hope, enough to dispel the chill of the winter night, the anxiety in people's hearts. The restless ancient behemoth far away returns to calm yet again. Moonlight fills the city, and every dreamer dreams a good dream. What did you just do?
What the fuck did you just do? What do you mean he gave his power back?
Seeking an answer, he feels lost.
Is this the same giving the power back? The same that Walmart Jackie Chan did? Walmart Jackie Chan also gave up his Faramid powers to be fully mortal. Oh, fully mortal. 100-year-old, whatever. Clarity he finds in worldly favors. His life is a feast, an eternity aflame. We actually get to see the tomb. It's a big-ass door with a big-ass lock. Gee, the fuck are you in here for?
It's gotten quiet inside. I suppose our youngest brother's soup was timely. We ended up troubling him a little. Was your visiting him earlier not part of your plan?
Truly, nothing gets past you.
This is it. Shall we go in together? No. Hand me the items.
With this blade, and what we've got from our dear sister and youngest brother, our strength still pales in comparison, but at least the odds don't seem insurmountable. The seeds that Shu gave you? What now? You guys gonna fight this thing 2-on-1? Can't you wait for the others?
Brother, this is well enough. You've done what I've asked of you. What I promised you, you already have. Your debt is settled. I will finish this myself.
Big bro, you gonna solo the bestial Sui? You're not even gonna wait for the family?
What's that supposed to mean? Things are finally even. If we have it your way, won't I be in your debt again? Leave, G.
Just whisked away. Wang is like, I'ma solo this motherfucker. I'ma solo him for presumably killing Jie.
What happens next is between us.
I didn't expect to be... Hey, yo! Why is this so peak? The Imperial Guard lining the way for Wang to enter the tomb? With the express permission of the Emperor? Literally let him solo him.
You've been playing against me all along in order to determine a winner. We have long since ceased to be your vassals. Now, we must fight for victory or death.
You mean to tell me the last two Sui siblings are going to be probably the brother, G, and probably Wang to become playable characters? Because at this point, Wang seems to be on the righteous side.
Just like the battle a millennium ago, this too is inevitable.
So you and Jie faced this guy 100 years ago, 2-on-1. Kinda stupid if you ask me. Why not grab the entire family? You can't stand by all alone.
Your arrogance, your indifference, it all stops here. Are you angry, afraid, anticipating? Come. Your move.
There's an entire dimension inside the tomb. Final chapter. Essence Herbal Soup. Opaque soup with a sip of clarity. Do not ask the way, seek it yourself. I feel like the next event will happen right after this event. It's gonna be back to back.
What night is it? A gloomy mausoleum sits in pitch black silence. The chaotic darkness, even time seems to come to a standstill. How long has it been since the last sign of activity in here? But on this day, a new voice echoes in the tomb.
A new voice? Where is this?
A tomb.
Who am I? Unknown? What?
Who are you? Also unknown.
Though they did give me a name.
Sui.
Was this a flashback to when you materialized and left the tomb?
Have you been here for a long time?
Or is this in current day? Or was that actually you in current day meeting up with the dragon? I feel like it's a flashback to when you materialized. If you would, Mr. Yu.
Before you take me away, might I make a presumptuous request? If it's not too much trouble, could you go over to that small restaurant across the street and buy me a bowl of plain rice with a cup of tea? It's no good to be imprisoned on an empty stomach.
It's my job. Please wait a moment. Are you going?
Sentence has been passed. You can't very well dally around the Judicial Review Office.
I know, which is why I'm here today to send you off.
Don't seem to resent me.
Now that I know the whole truth, I find no reason to resent you. Although I could resent you for not telling me earlier.
If I did, I fear you might be clad in the same feathers as I have on me right now. I had to leave a few worthy successors for the Judicial Review Office.
Unfortunate. We've already sent our resignation letter. I've raised an objection to your conviction. Truth, if you feel this unjust, you can request a review at the 3 organs of justice.
Could you possibly think what I did is unworthy of a decade behind bars?
But all you did was ultimately for...
What difference does it make? The law is the law, not a mere guide for what is moral. If I refuse to comply with the law today, how many more like me will there be in the future? How many more chaos? How much more chaos will they create in the name of morality? It is unlike a disciple of mine to be spouting such words.
I've been careless in my words.
It's up to young people like you and those who follow to steer the law closer to what they deem is right. I'll be waiting for that day. Since that pine tree on the mountain still stands, I'll also be waiting for you to cut it down and craft me a coffin from its wood. By the way, have you come here today not dressed in the Judicial Review Office's uniform?
I resigned. A thunderclap can illuminate a moment, but cannot distinguish what is good or evil, true or false from everything. There are many things I cannot perceive clearly. The pine tree remains on the mountain, but is merely a tree. What the mountain climber sees in the tree depends on their intentions. I will return to the Tianqi Bureau and practice my craft for a while.
Farewell. Bring something you don't understand with muddled eyes will never bring you any achievements.
Sir, there's still one thing I do not understand. What exactly did you insist on investigating the Grand Preceptor's case? Why exactly?
Why do you ask?
I organized the files surrounding this case only to find Gu Chuan was not the only one who sacrificed everything he had for this affair. Gu Chuan may have had his own motives, but you have no direct connection to the case, save for being under orders back then to bring the unresolved case to light.
Mr. Yu, the meal you wanted. The waiter at Savers at Yu's refused to take payment, and even said they look forward to seeing you again. Strange, I didn't even mention the meal was for you. I recall meeting Gu Chuan in a restaurant several decades ago. He imparted this to me. Too many colors blind the eyes. Too many flavors dull the tongue. I only understood his words later, probably owing to my short-sightedness and dull sense of taste. My eyes see only the unvarnished truth, and my tongue savors only the unaltered taste.
The man clad in prisoner attire turns around and takes one last look at the plaque above the doors of the Judicial Review Office. The courtroom, behind the doors. He bends down, scoops a handful of unmelted snow under a cypress tree, and sprinkles it onto his rice bowl. He finishes his meal, a few mouthfuls.
Tasty. Thus I depart.
Meanwhile,
Why are you here?
Because of a mistake, an oversight.
I can feel it.
wait, who's talking? I don't know who's talking actually. I can feel it, you're in so much pain, so much anger. But after so long, your wound is healing, your rage subsiding. You sound exhausted.
Yes. My consciousness, my soul, it has split into multiples. Just like you. Where did they go?
Outside the tomb, they call it the mortal realm.
The mortal realm. Is it a beautiful place?
Not at all. There I have witnessed the most savage slaughters, the most malicious plots, the most merciless betrayals. Kin destroys kin. Love turns to hate. Arrogance caused my failure because I could not comprehend human emotions.
Wait, who's talking? Is it you talking, Mr. Sui?
If the mortal realm is such a vicious and repulsive place, then why did they go there anyway?
No, it was you talking.
Why did they go there anyway?
Because I don't know, there's kind of a beauty to mortality that you can't get from being a god.
Oh! It's the they them Farenmit ya.
Who goes there?
It's the other Farenmit. It's the other Farenmit that was teased.
Quite the distance you've hiked. Where are you off to? Why does it concern you? Oh, I'll tell you why. You caused the ruckus in Yan and you expect me to do nothing.
Wait, is she a Farenmit? She's giving Farenmit.
The old thing's probably forgot the pain of a wound before it even healed. If we could beat you up and drive you out then, we could do it now.
I don't think she's a Farenmit. I think she's just a Tianchi.
With just yourself. Laughable. Oh, was that a challenge to a fight? Let's go. I know you have a few worlds down in that belly of yours. Let's see who's stronger, you or that painter. Let's see how long your leftover worlds can stand against my flames. You will pay for your impertinence. Huh. Forget it. There's no use in killing you. You'd only mold another body to life just like before. If this is your excuse for backing down, I accept. I can't be bothered to argue with you, but before I locate your true form and off you for good, there's a question I want to ask. I'm curious. What exactly did that Wei Chi failure promise you to make you obey to his orders so willingly? No, not just you. All of you.
So far, 5 of them. Don't... It can't be. I'm like, wait a minute. 5. Surely it's not the Farenmits that we already know of on Rhodes Island?
His plots do not concern me. We only share common goals. The one I seek is that disgraceful traitor imprisoned in a tomb.
Oh yeah, the Sui? The bestial Sui was the one who ratted out the other Farenmits during the Great Hunt. So they all want revenge? I guess that's why they're working with the proxy. Big Brother Wang. To get revenge on the bestial Sui.
If he only wanted revenge, he would have just killed its proxies one by one, then wait for it to die in war with Yan. So many years have passed, your so-called kin on this land surely only numbers a few now. You're just feeling nostalgic. This human emotion is what makes you different than beasts. Absurd. No, nope, that can't be the only reason why you've conspired with him. Don't think you could fool me. In all these years, Yan has always kept a few pairs of eyes on you. Are you lot still thinking about that thing under Bai Zhao?
Hold up. The Originium vein under Bai Zhao?
The one that they set up a long time ago at the start of this story? The vein that they built Bai Zhao on? Why is it so important? Wait. I was not expecting this. Is she even a Farenmit? I don't think she's a Farenmit. She's a Tianxi. Okay, Lee's detective agency suddenly very involved in the Sui Saga now. Ratman Lee back in action.
Uncle Lee, are we gonna find Dad here?
That's right. I forgot you and your dad are also part of this saga.
This was the only place I got after asking around. After so many years apart, it's the first time I was hoping news about him would turn out to be false. What is Dad doing? But I can't think of anyone else who'd fit the bill. Someone so obsessed with martial arts that they've fought everyone worth fighting and even intentionally injured others on multiple occasions.
How did he end up like this?
No clue. His obsession is unmatched, though. Although the stronger the obsession is, the harder it is. It unusually is for the mind to break.
What is he in this cave punching rock?
What was that?
Waifu will find them soon, but be careful. You might be the only one who can wake him from his madness.
Huh?
Let's go, Uncle Lee.
Was the blade falling into his hands truly a sleight of fate? Liang Shun, if something were to happen to one Wai Tianpei, it'd be on your head.
What is going on with Waifu's dad? From a distance, a burly, furry body can be vaguely seen in the depths of the cave. Heavy fists repeatedly pounding the rock walls, leaving bloodstains that resemble plum blossoms. The punch shakes the entire cave. Only now do the visitors realize this cave was carved from the punches.
40 years. The first under heaven. When did I? Blade. I can't give it away. Throw. I better throw it away.
What is going on?
My daughter. I won't let you harm her.
Dad? Dad, wake up. Dad!
I definitely forgot about something. And here we go. Wei was on his way back to Baijiao. Good for you, my guy. You got pardoned for assassinating your dad, the True Lung. And now, you might be the next True Lung. After the end of all this.
You can almost see Baijiao from here.
Words are hard.
Visiting this post house has unexpectedly turned into a trip down memory lane. What, you lot insisted on following me? So why the silence now?
All who died here are our brothers.
All for loyalty. Lord Wei, someone's following us. Watch out.
I know that, Schwing. Okay. Remember how I've always said that the Bloodline of Combat skins are the most important skins in all of Arknights because they tease future stories. And when I said that Chen's Bloodline of Combat skin was going to come into play in the Sui Saga because it's implied that Chen takes up that skin when she reaches the capital, I meant it.
Chen? In the many years since we last met, your swordplay has turned incomparable. Lady Chen.
Who is once again vindicated Chen's Bloodline of Combat skin would become canon, we have 2 more stories in the minimum. 2 more Sui Saga stories before the end of all this. We're heading to the capital. Chen is heading to the capital to don her Bloodline of Combat skin. Once again, the Bloodline of Combat believer is vindicated and predicts the future.
Long time no see, Wei Yanwu, Uncle.
Uichie.
I thought what you did in Lungmen was the stupidest decision you could make. You and these men, what are your plans now even?
1,000 more Chen stories, brother. I saw this coming 2 years ago when Chen got her Bloodline Combat skin. I saw that she would become relevant. I was wondering, we're at the capital, we're at Baizhou, where the fuck is Chen? And here we are.
You shouldn't be here. Would it be Fumizuki? She told you.
I made this decision myself, nothing to do with anyone else.
This affair, likewise, has nothing to do with you.
No, it has everything to do with her. You know why? Because she's the one that wields a Qishao. And because she wields a Qishao, she's probably gonna be important in taking down the bestial Sui. Bro, we're gonna get Chen Alter. Why am I fearing a Chen Alter? Or maybe they might make her like a Mia and make her a multi-classer in one operate. I don't know. But the Qishao is gonna be important.
True. I've never asked about your past. I considered it your private business, and I felt there was no need to pry. I've been to many places these past few years and seen many things I never saw or even thought of before. I think I've come to understand that despite all the contradictions in this land, righteousness still exists. What happened to my mother and my sister, you can't say they have nothing to do with your past. So I want to see for myself how you plan to unravel this past you've been entangled in your entire life.
The Dracos are involved with this conspiracy? Hold up. The Sui Saga is gonna involve the Dracos as well?
I seem to suddenly remember things. Who is speaking? Things I saw within an enormous body, through eyes that can see through the mist.
You are a part of this consciousness, so it is only natural you possess the same memories. But the mortal realm I saw is different from you.
Wait, the mortal realm I saw is different from what you described. Who's this? So what did you see? A fire. At the very beginning, people congregated to fend off ferocious wild beasts and started a fire to light up the cold nights. They gathered around the flames, forged all sorts of tools, and cooked all kinds of dishes. Their faces bore many expressions I cannot comprehend. I really want to know what those feelings are.
Such a thought is very dangerous.
Dangerous?
Your kin, the proxies were already roaming about the mortal realm, entered it with similar thoughts. The only thing awaiting them was endless torture. Did they all want to become human?
Before I became one, first I want to know, what is humanity? Where should I go to look for my answer? Just go.
Take a walk in the mortal realm.
Okay, so this was definitely a flashback to when you first materialized. Is it though? The cacophony of emotions and desires will bring endless suffering. Give a thought form and it will resemble the dawn of chaos. Fall into fetters and you will never break free.
You're not afraid.
Bro, you just materialized with his drip on. He was born dripped out. Just a little flashback. Ah! Oh, just a dream. I guess it's not so strange to dream about it. Where's everyone? The young chef leaps off the couch, stretches himself, and rubs his eyes hard. Is he gonna wake up to all of them being in the restaurant? Are you gonna get one last cry out of me? The kitchen before him remains the same, pots and pans all in place. He seems to suddenly think of something and hurriedly opens the cupboard, taking out bottles of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Carefully, he drips a drop from each bottle into his mouth one by one, his brows tightly knit, deep in thought. Only after a long time does a smile appear on his face. He still has a sense of taste. He's still mortal. Thank goodness. Still tastes the same. Whether man or beast, whether I remember or not, it doesn't seem to make much a difference. Flavors of the land are endless, and I discovered all the ones I've been seeking. As for what comes next, let's not think about that right now. Enjoy the flavors of today and leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. That's all there is to it. Let's get cooking. And there we go. The end of this arc of the Sui saga. Such is the joy of our reunion. They lied to me. They lied to all of us. This wasn't a Sui reunion just yet. This was just the reunion with Wang. I thought the Suis would all reunite in this chapter. Nope. We still have a finale to go through. This is just the cock tease. Why did I describe it like that? Anyway, aside from that, we unraveled the mystery of the conspiracy from 40 years ago. They definitely off. Wei Yanwu definitely worked with the Grand Preceptor to off the original True Lung for the greater good of Yan. And then he absconded. Wei Yanwu absconded to Lungmin. Meanwhile, Blaze's dad had the whole switcheroo shenanigans with both. We do have a sister reunion. Yes, there we go. Fine. We had one heartwarming reunion. Well, technically, the one with Wang was also heartwarming, but he was kind of, I have to do this by myself. I have to solo him. I can't possibly rely on my family. Brother, what do you think we've been setting this all up for? It's gonna be a 12v1, man. Anyway. And there we go. Such is the joy of our reunion. The whole family is now headed to the capital city, including who I predicted to be a part of this plotline so many years ago, baby. I've waited for this moment. I've waited so long to once again be vindicated that the Bloodline of Combat skins tease future events. Chen Huiche entered the capital on a starry night and left before the sunrise after settling matters. She bid farewell to old friends and took a sampan down the river, the lamp on the prow crashing through the fog of night. She'll only be there for one night for the Sui event, for the big Sui finale. She's probably gonna shoot the Sui in the face with her big cannon. Or use the Chishu, what's the sword called again? Fuck, I just said it a while ago. I forgot. Anyway, that'll be that for Such is the Joy of Our Reunion. This weekend on Saturday, I'm not sure if we will continue with our watch-along of Ambient Synesthesia or we'll begin the new event that is coming this week, apparently. Entelekia has arrived. I guess there's that. Sunday, more Monster Prom. And then, possibly, story reading next week. Until then, my name is Nez and thanks for watching. Thank you everyone that stopped by, chilled out in chat, use as a second monitor content, and watch this read-through. Such is the joy of our reunion. I'll see you friendos next time. Bye-bye.